Good morning. Today is 14th of March 2025 and we are going to be racing today. Today we are going to be racing at Muswellbrook. This is in New South Wales, Australia. This is how the track looks like. The ground rating today here at Muswellbrook is soft. The last finishing mile from the last bend to the finishing post is about 400 meters. And the shape of the track is like this. Now, we've raced here a few times, and this track is not one of the best places to be, but that's the option that we had today. And this is where we're going to be racing, and we'll see what we can do here today. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing 5 days a week, and we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing. And once we have identified the best horses, we try and take a look at the horses at the paddock when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that all the horses that we have chosen are looking good and good to go with, we stick to our picks and place our bets. But if we find that there are circumstantial changes and there are better horses at the paddock, or there are any sorts of changes we often step out and we also make changes with our picks. It's horse racing, so we need to be vigilant. We need to be making decisions that are in favor of us and worthy, and that's exactly what we try and do. I've got 3 tabs opened in front of me. The first one is where we get to see the races, the live feed. The second one is RaceNet, where we get to see the odds and the scratchings. And the third one is Top Sport, where we get to see the winning numbers, the final winning numbers, the results. So without any further ado, we'll get on with the first race today, which is here at Muswellbrook, and we'll see what's going on. 5 has been scratched, so we don't have 5. I've done the primary shortlisting. I'll take a look at the horses and then I'll share more when I have something.
The Milton Bob Baker Memorial Maiden played our old mate Bob. Trained here for well over 40 years. Had some terrific horses over the years. His whole family involved, and terrific bloke.
Yep.
Worked here at the surf club for
many years, and he told it how it was, Bob, didn't he?
He did. He didn't leave you wondering, and had some very good young horses.
Yes.
Won the Paris a number of times, and had that one going up. It was a great horse. She knows another one.
Terrific.
So a terrific day for Bob.
Yep.
And hopefully the family have a great day here today.
We're good friends. Good to see him here, and hopefully we can tip them a winner. There's one bloke showing to be filthy if we don't.
Yeah.
Nolan Hayes.
Oh, yeah. Yep. He's a forgiving sort of guy.
Hope so.
Okay, the first race, what do we got market-wise? Bubbles and Froth, that's us, 360. Long Cross at 360. Glad Rag Doll at 550. He's a Romeo, $6. $7 the Kamikaze. That could have been us in our younger days too. 1% $10. 14 for Gabby's Ready and Bullseye Banjo, $31.
I've gone 6815. I've gone with the 6. He's at Romeo first up. Did you? Oh, that's good. That's a good sign. I just think its runs were okay. A first preparation and then tipped out. Had just the one run last preparation. Didn't show us much in the trial, but I don't think it was us too as well. So I just thought in an even race it was a chance, and you can chop each way. The 8 Glad Ragdoll is a new North Queenslander for the Lindsay Hatch stable. Respect Chris Whiteley. Now, just quickly too, Chris Whiteley, I'm pretty sure this is his last day riding at Townsville.
Okay, that's pretty amazing. He really made his name up here, winning successive premierships before he went down to the Gold Coast Road.
All right, so we know the odds. The odds are 2, 6, 4, and 1. Now, so that's 2, 6, 1. Now, out of which 6 is the only one which is within the rails. And advantage is there with 6. 2 and 1 are also 2 is the linear. So if we look through this, then 2 is the linear, and then the 10 comes up with the advantage. So this generally is an EW position. This generally is an EW position. But here is the thing: I'm not going to be placing bets today in most of the races until and unless I have a clear shot and a clean understanding of what's going on. We have raced here, and this track has been one of those tracks where things work very differently. I tried looking up why things are like this, and I tried to match with the data. And so there are a few things that I have identified at this track. Now, there are plenty of information which is not available online. So I had no other option but to bring in artificial intelligence. And so what I did is I asked, I put a prompt to understand what's going on here at Muswellbrook, to understand the track. Now, I matched this with the other places that we race, like Randwick and some other places. Now, here is the thing. We have seen there's a thing about the neutral horses, the horses that generally do not win, but they do get places. And how that happens and why that happens is something that I was trying to figure out, because at the end of the day, I work with numbers and mathematics. Numbers do not lie. But we have to find a reference on where the it is just lack of information. It is just lack of education. That is what is there. So if we try and understand what the neutral horses are and how the handicapping works, so we are up against somebody who has done the handicapping. And the person who has done the handicapping is someone who's going to be doing everything to protect his home. It is, if you have seen that movie called Home Alone, long time back it came out, called Home Alone. So there was this kid who was left home alone and then was attacked by 2 criminals. And he used his house as a weapon. Now, in handicapping, it is the same thing. The person who is actually handicapping the races or designing the layouts of the races, he knows way better than we do about his house. We are trying to invade. We are the criminals. He is the one who's trying to protect. He is trying to ensure that we do not win. And we, on the other side, are trying to win. So we need to have a clarity on how the racetrack is. We need to understand where we are racing, what are we up against. So in this case, if we look at what this, I put this prompt on AI, which is DeepSeek, and to get the understanding of the track. So what we get is this. It's a significant uphill. Now I matched the data with Randwick. This is Muswellbrook. This is Randwick. So when we look at Randwick, we know the handicapping works in a certain pattern, and here it is a flat straight. That's why we've seen the neutral horses, they do not win, but they get the places. But here it is not a flat straight. It's a significant uphill. So this essentially means that the handicapping is going to work in a particular way, which we need to identify. The horses, performance is one side of racing. Performance, I mean, who won last time, which distance he won or she won is one side of the racing. The other side is how the handicapping is done. So I'm going to be out until and unless I understand what exactly is going on. But we're going to be referring to this, information on the tracks from now onwards to get a clear understanding of what this is. Because we have also seen Rosehill getting a few races where the neutral horses were winning. I was not sure what was going on. They all have about 400 meters straight, but the difference is whether it is an uphill, it is a downhill, or it is a flat straight. So we'll take a look at that. We'll try to gather that information and we'll play smart. The first one here is 2 and 6. They are the top two favorite. 2 is the linear. It's not within the rails. There is a disadvantage, but it is one of the best horses. Undoubtedly, there is no other horse which is as good as this one. The fit is good. Everything looks good. We've got some strong indication for 6 and 2, both. The other one is 10, which is probably an EW. We've got also 1, which is an outer drift. But winning, which one will win will unless I get the right information and the right understanding of how this is going to work, I'm not going to be putting in any of my investments. I'm going to watch, I'm going to figure out what's going on. If the track is favoring the linears, if this is working, then it is good, it's okay. If that's not working and there's something else which is working, then we need to figure that thing out.
It's a really good chance. I think it's been a fitness thing with her. And her last run was very good. She just peaked on a run about 100 metres out the dual qualifier. I think she's a chance to go out starting. Yeah. Tsunami won the Maiden with a leg in the air the other day. The only thing I'll say about Tsunami is that jump straight up to a 3-year-old and have to carry 58. It's a clearing. Yeah, I don't think it's well off the weights. Time to profit. She just has to prove herself as prep. She hasn't really stepped up. She's trialled well, but hasn't sort of reproduced that in races.
She just had that one. She had that off prep, I thought, last time. But yeah, that's all I put her down to. An off prep.
Her couple of runs this time in were just way below what she knew, and she did trial well here the other day in preparation for this. So, she has trialled well before, not used. I think you've got to put her in there, and I'll tell you so. It's going to get forward, push the pace. 5, 3, 2, and 1.
On a race 6, the benchmark 60 over 1,200 metres. You wouldn't believe what I'm going to do here. I'm going back to the well. 2 Spirit of Giving.
I'm never going to guess.
6 Spirit of Giving.
I've given up trying to guess.
350 favourite Spirit of Giving. Each of 2 with the 3 flying artists. So equal favourites here at 350. 6 Wicklow Lass at 440. 7 8 Nabets at 850, 8 Snitzer at 10, 1 Dolson is 11, 4 Parapark Chance 17, 9 Last Line Dance is at $18. What you're saying, I'm enigmatic. Is that what you're saying?
I know, you'd like to mix it up.
I do, yes, but I'm not going to mix it up, Spirit of Giving. I'm giving him one more go. He's been, look, I thought he'd bolt him 2 back. I thought he'd bolt in last start. He didn't, but gee, they found the right race today. No more excuses. He's proven to be a bit of a nonny, but if he doesn't win today, he's barred. So I'm with him. I just think he's in the right grade. Stanley sticks aboard, so I go with him. 2 Spirit of Giving. 3 Flying Artists has done nothing wrong. They found the niche, riding quiet, launching late, and it's working. But he's just got to step up again today. The 7, 8 and the bet's racing well. And that run behind Fortress Australia was good at Mackay last start. 6 Wicklow. Yes, yeah, for sure. He can be a bit of a mess. And Wicklow Lass, I just probably think better suited 1,000 than 1,200. That's all. But 2, 3, 7, 6.
Oh, and 7, 8, I think. Okay. Yeah, no, he hasn't won at this track in 7 days or so, but he's run mighty race. He's sort of time his run right at the start. He gets away from the good gate. I think Fenton will give him a nice run. And I think he's a chance. I think he's worth the bet at 8.50. I think we have there. Yeah, great. The bet from 3 Flying Artists is racing terrific, great form. It'll be interesting to see where he ends up in the 10 alley here today. 2 Spirit of Giving and 1 Dolson. He went terrible. Yeah, he did. Prior to that, his form was good. Just getting on a bit. 7, 3, 2, 1. On to the last. Yeah. Okay, race 7. This is the Class 1 Handicap 1300. And the only single one scratching for the day, Set the Sails, is out. And the 12 to run, Chartwell, 195. Confidence. Money head from Rian Sewell. Grandson of the legendary Errol Sewell up here, chasing his first Townsville win. Good luck, boys. I hope he gets there today. Mississippi Yellow by 5.50, 9.50 he goes boom. Fall Guy 11.11 for Palcert, $12 a wee miss, and then $17 converter. I think he's over the odds, and $21 out for him.
Oh, look, I like Chartwell. If it was 1,200, I'd label him. I just saw 1,300, still a little query, but 7, 1, 5 and 3. I've gone with the 7 wee miss, just purely on an each way basis. I think she's better than the 2 runs we've seen back from a break. I know she's drawn bad, but if she can get across, get a nice smother run, she's a real blowout chance if she bought her best. So she can get a bit hot. That's the query. Chartwell, his run was huge last start. I just marked down 1,200 next start wins. I'm just worried about that extra 100, and he'll need a few to run along just to set it up okay for him. Converter's racing well. You're right, he's way over the odds. He's drawn a little bit sticky, but he's a real threat. And the 3 he goes boom, probably behind them, but disappointing last start, 7, 1, 5, 3.
I reckon he's been set for this Chartwell.
You think?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. His form down in New South Wales is over a mile. Sprinted so well fresh, and then last start was bob at the head. That's all it needed. Yep. And he was closing off strongly. I think he's going to take a power. So I've gone him 1 Chartwell 7 wee miss. Just not sure. The gate. Yeah, worries me a little bit. It's like 5 converter. Nothing wrong with his form. He's going really well. Did have the 2 down, so we'll make it 3. He goes first 4, and pretty keen.
Finish the program
Like a Sewell Camp is second to the race.
The old master be behind it too. Let's have a look at best bets on the program. I'm going to go nice and early, hopefully. Race 2, horse 5, Talk of Dreams. Gee, I thought 10 shilling was ridiculous value in race 4. Each way special, race 4, horse 4.
I've gone Sweet Kisses in race 3, but I'll throw this one in for free.
Yes.
Race 4.
Yes, you're taking me on.
More of this rain coming. Yellowstone Bet's going to run a mighty race there.
Okay. Well, I hope you run a nice second to 10 shilling. Quaddy today kicks off in race 4, the first leg. I've gone 4, 1 and 2 in the first leg. Second leg, race 5, I've just gone 2 and 3. Kept that pretty tight. Race 6, third leg, 2, 3, 7. Last leg, race 7, 7, 1 and 5. That'll cost you $54 for 100%. Treble races 5, 6, 7. Jockey Challenge, Stanley should dominate.
He looks to me have better spread.
Yeah. $1.30. Yeah. There you go. Ryan Wiggins $4.20. Charlie Fenlon $10. So half man to beat it at.
And
yep.
Again, a bit of a salute to Buffalo.
Yeah, my word.
Yeah, his Memorial Race Day here in Townsville.
Yeah, what a legend. And good to see his family here today. Hopefully we've tipped them into plenty of winners. Hopefully we've tipped everyone into plenty. But we will take a break on Sky Thoroughbred Central as the rain comes down behind us at Townsville. On the other side, 2 of my old mates, Gavin Carmody and Mickey Wallace with race 1 at Muswellbrook. And we'll be back for the first at Townsville.
All your friends are gonna sit and celebrate.
Rathren is the new favourite at 310 and has displaced Newsbound at the top of betting, just shading her at 320. Chelsea at $7. Fox Rain is the other one at that quote. Vieville at $7.50 and $8 Intoxication. Then out the Bright Legend at 19. And Quickie Deal is stablemate of the favourite at longer odds. We have a look at them. So a 1280 Class 1 to start proceedings. First of 8. At Chelsea, the 5-year-old mare looking for her second victory today. Aaron Bullock riding for Tim McIntosh.
Well, she's easy to make a case for. I thought the latest run at Mudgee was very good. Finished 5th there behind Quick Onyx. It was beaten at less than a length. I thought it was a tidy effort. The start bar at Scone was ridden for speed, and I just don't think that suited when she finished 5th behind Yu Wang. And the run prior to that here at Muswellbrook was runner-up behind Anology, beaten a length. I think a repeat of that performance would hold her in good stead. The track continuing to dry out, which I think will also play into her hands. Horse number 2 is Newsbound. Rod Northam and Lachelle Small, this 4-year-old mare, was the one-time favourite, but has now been displaced.
Yeah, we'll come back to that. I've just been talking to Jack Marshall, who is officiating the meeting here today. We're going to have a delayed situation prior to the first. There's a loose horse on the outskirts of the track on the road out there. Where it's come from, the origins are unknown, and it's evading capture. So a cautionary measure with a loose horse in the vicinity of the outside rail. They're just going to hold fire at the moment. So we'll keep you posted, but we are going to have some sort of delay. How lengthy that is, we'll know in due course. But Newsbound, sorry to interject there. Mick, second up today, this mare.
Yeah, and she was very good at Scone first up. She was a little bit slow away from an inside draw.
Okay, now they're all going back to the tie-ups, take note. But we'll get a comment nonetheless, just whilst we've got time. We go to Fox Rain number 4, Jeremy Sylvester, Michaela Weir.
Well, I think his chances have been enhanced by the fact we're now dealing with a soft 5 track. There was a good run there at Corindai on the 21st of February. That was the first run for new trainer Jeremy Sylvester, and boxed on well to finish 3rd behind To Be Frank. Had failed a couple of times on wet tracks, so with firmer footing now, with the sun shining, he can run well.
Now we'll go to the favourite Ratchet. Just having a good preparation for Jake Cullen Mitchell Bell.
Yeah, he is. He was good at Tamworth first up, went second behind Anna Rita, followed that up with a really good win over Papiana at Tamworth, and then last start at Grafton, he was slow away again, but really motored the last little bit to finish second behind Cutie Pie after being held up for a run at the top of the straight. I've got him on top.
Vieville, number 7, interesting runner, resuming for Brett Kavanagh and Braith Knock.
They've had 4 starts for 1 win out of Vogue. In a 1,200-metre maiden going back to the 19th of October last year. He's had 1 trial at Scone behind Gringotts, finished 7th there, only beaten 4.5 lengths, gets the inside gate. It's got to be a chance.
On to Bright Legend, number 8. First up, Nikki Pollock, Billy Cray.
When we were dealing with a soft 7 track, I had her high up in my thoughts. So she was very good first up last preparation, running into the placings at Gunnedah. The trial was good at Scone on the 26th of February, finishing 5th in that trial behind Our Warrior. She'll get back.
Tuna, welcome back.
One of Intoxication, number 9, Joe Burgess and Sienna Grant combined.
She's another one that probably would have benefited from a wet track. She's had 2 runs back from the spell. Second behind Withstand there at Beaumont, and then led to the shadows of the post at Coffs Harbour last start when 3rd was a $4 favourite behind Mr. Villa. She's got a soft draw here and a nice claim. She's going to be hard to gun down.
And Yamamai, number 10 down the bottom, Alan Smith and Jack Baker.
Last run was to Wagga on the 26th of January. It was over a mile. Was beaten a long way there behind War Painted after a slow beginning. I think we can afford to risk her.
All right, we'll grab some late mail numbers and we'll try and grab an update where we can as to how significant this delay might be. Rathren favourite $3, second to Newsbound at $3.20.
I'm going to go with Rathren on top, 6, 9, 2 and 8. He's obviously got plenty of talent. He's yet to put in a bad run this preparation. You'd love to see him jump on terms with his rivals because that's been That's been his Achilles heel. He's been slow away in all of his recent starts. I thought he was very good last start, finishing second behind Cutie Pie there to Grafton over the 1190 metres. Was beaten around 5 lengths, but I think had he got clear air at the top of the straight, he would have made it interesting. 9 Intoxication, she should be ready to peak third run back from a spell after a couple of really good placings. Second at Newcastle behind Withstand, and then last start third to Mr. Villa up there at Coffs Harbour over 1,300 metres. 2 Newsbound wouldn't need to improve a hell of a lot off the first up run at Scone, which saw her finish third behind Flying Argyle after a bit of a scratchy beginning. And 8 Bright Legend, I think she'll probably be back near last early. But she does a very good turn of foot. First up last preparation, finished second behind Reacquaint at Gunnedah, beaten around a length. So 6, 9, 2 and 8 is the way I've marked them here on race number 1 at Muswellbrook, and we're just awaiting some information as to how long this delay will be.
Okay, Brett Kavanagh is here today on a pretty humid day for this time of year, Cat.
Bloody warm, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
So humid there, about 34 or 5 degrees, I reckon.
You've dressed appropriately, I love that. You've had a few comments on it too.
Yeah, Gilligan will do, I'll go with that. The bullock laughing at me there.
He'll have something similar, no doubt. Got a stack of runners here today, Cab, including Bugle. Interesting runner first up.
Yeah, he is. He's got good Victorian form, and he's ready to go. He's had a lot of work, but he hasn't showed me a hell of a lot on the track to get excited about, so hopefully he can produce a race day. But he's rock hard fit and he's ready to go.
Got a couple in the second event. I Know You, and his first starter, Warrior for Peace, who's well in the mark.
Yeah, Warrior for Peace probably suited at the trip. The other horse just tested him a little bit. I Know You. He's by press statement out of a 2-year-old winner, and he's just not sharp at all. So I thought we'll step him up to 1,500 and see where he sits. But Warrior for Peace's trial form's really good. Nice horse, prepped up for a 1,500 first up. So,
What about Naftali a little bit late?
yeah, look, he's been a bit of a pretender, but his work was absolutely brilliant last week. That's why I've gone to the 1,000. I didn't think he was sharp enough for 1,000, but his work the other morning suggested he was. So we'll go with it.
More than a Stars had a couple of runs back then in the placing.
Yeah, look, she's overdue for a win. Give Nick a ride, takes the weight off. He knows he rides a lot of work. I think she's only going to win in a turn. She might find herself in Western Queensland soon.
Right, yeah. I did see that was unfortunate, that situation up there at Moree the other day. I know that you took horses up there, and that back burning sort of put paid to the meeting, which was a shame because visually the track looked terrific. How was it up there?
Yeah, when I arrived the night before and there was a fire there burning out. They put it out and it went out that night. The next morning I jumped up, walked the track. There wasn't a breath of smoke or a fire anywhere. The track was unbelievable. It's pretty exciting to walk on a country track like that. They put a lot of water on it. I guess that's money, water, but the track looked amazing, and lo and behold, someone come along, lit the fire and started backburn again the next day. And obviously the smoke and jockey and horse safety is a priority, and they put us out of play.
It was unfortunate, wasn't it? Because as you say, that so many clubs like that work so hard, particularly to get those TAP meetings, and it's just a real shame that there obviously wasn't a lot of consultation between the fire service and the club. And the club was the one, along with you guys, that really missed out.
Yeah, absolutely. Racing New South Wales is probably the one that cops a hide. You know, they put a day on like that and nothing becomes of it. Look, it was, you know, we drove up 4 or 5 hours. A few of us, people were there from Queensland. So, look, any race meeting that gets called off for any reason is not ideal when, you know, all the participants turn up. But they put a lot of effort into that to get it right. And, yeah, just nature, I guess.
Yes. All right, mate, good to see you. Good luck today. Try and stay out of this stifling, eh?
Thanks, mate.
There's Brett Kavanagh. Good to catch up with him. Stack of runners that he's got here today, Nick. Yeah, so he's well represented. What's he got? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 runners today.
Yeah, obviously a very strong hand, and you'd be surprised if he didn't leave with a winner here this afternoon. So we've still got no updated information on this runaway horse. It's out in the centre of the track somewhere. I'm not sure if we've laid eyes on he or she just as yet, but it might take a little bit of effort to try and reel this horse in.
Newsbound into 270 in favourite here. Second to Lake Rathron. 330 and 750 Chelsea, and then out to 850 been up to 7 Beerville. So that's as far as we can take it. There's a bloke standing right in front of that big fan. We're going off to 50 here, and we'll keep you updated as to the situation with this delayed scenario here at Muswellbrook.
They're saying there's a delay. Lewis, welcome back, Lewis. Both these tracks are very dicey places. The Kembla and the Muswellbrook. Both these places are dicey places. Muswellbrook, Lewis, Muswellbrook. We stayed out of Kembla. Kembla has been playing very weird. They've been playing very weird this season. They're showing Kembla right now. I had almost all the track information, what we are trying to get from DeepSeek. This is the same information that I had gathered over a period of time, but I went through a crash and then I lost all the track data. This is exactly what I mean by track data. So I had no other option, because you either have documentation on the track data, or you have experience with racing on that track. Now I have the track data for almost all the tracks that we've raced, but I lost them last year, and then I had to use a little bit of artificial intelligence to figure out the tracks and what exactly that means. So the one that we are on today is has a 400-meter straight, but it is an uphill straight. And I was trying to match the data that I use, the mathematics that I use with different other tracks, and I'm going to be staying out with most of the races today until and unless I have a clarity on how this track is playing. There are too many things that needs to be understood. A, this is not the best place. B, it's a difficult track. C, they do funny stuff. The first one that we have is a class 1, so that 2 and 6 are the 2 was the favorite, but the 6 definitely had the advantage. We'll do a little recap. So the 6 is that's the linear, the 2 is the linear, it is hands down the best horse. But if you look at the handicapping, it's a relaxation on 6, and that's there. The 10 is there, and I want to know how this thing works, because that's a lot of advantage given to that horse, number 10. They're talking about 1 and all that, but these things do not work. These things do not work at places like Randwick and all that. But that's relaxation, and that's one of the best jockeys on 1. That is relaxation and one of the best jockeys on 1 with a very high drift. This one and this one are the 1 and the 10 is something that we needs to be taken a look at. And 6 has advantage, but at the end of the day, whether this track is going to support a linear, because if it was a straight flat, the linears win. If it is a straight flat, then the linears will win. But if it is uphill, then we don't know. If it is uphill or downhill, if it is a downhill, then the neutral horses will get an advantage. Even for an uphill, the neutral horses will get an advantage. They're not carrying extra luggage, extra baggage, whatever you want to call it. They're going to run free will, unless there is a hanky-panky done with the race. So there are a lot of contradictions, and we are not at the best place. I hate to say this, but this week has been terrible. We did not get one good track to race this week. The only good track that we had was Sandown the other day, which got abandoned. And
Yeah, a lot of ticks. It'll be interesting, to see where the speed comes from here. I think Rory Lloyd might roll forward from out wide. He won't be wanting to sit back there too far back. So, be interesting to see, but I'll just leave it up to Tyler. Don't need to give him instructions.
Sure. Twin turbo a little bit later on, fitter for 100.
Yeah, listen, that was actually quite a good run that day. Just got back a bit then, got sprinted home hard, got for room. Horse came in top of him and actually set up on the last 100. There was no need to knock him around. I don't think he even gave him a smack. So I think from barrier 4 today, he should be close. We normally ride pretty close to the speed. Sorry, it looks a bit of a masquerade. We're looking at the speed.
John, good afternoon. Welcome back, John.
Forgive for a second up last week, the goal bar, he fell there to 400. Picked himself up, got home really good.
EW 8 and 9.
And so I think you'll see a nice run out of him today. He should improve again off it, but he should be in fear of that.
Good luck with the both there.
Thank you.
Okay, is that our Rob? Good enough to join us and discuss these two runners. I think,
This is Kembla, by the way.
in race 5, but
There's a delay
channeling
at Muswellbrook.
So a guy with 974 and 8 here, going with channeling, I think looks exceptionally well placed here. All the reasons that Ed outlined here with the excellent.
If you go back and check all the races that we have done at Muswellbrook, there's always something or the other going on. Sometimes it's the ambulance, sometimes it's some kind of a delay for some unknown reason. Very, very
7 per second. Let's put in a couple of nice runs.
mismanaged place.
Good chance in the last.
Very mismanaged place.
That being Jason Darren, he's been a little bit of a drifter here, a couple of handy placings, progressive type. And number 8.
I remember,
First up.
there was one day we were racing here at Muswellbrook last year, I think. It was 2.5 hours we waited for an ambulance to show up at Muswellbrook.
And 60 as well. So these horses on their way around to the barriers. Jason's 9.7.
2.5 hours.
I've got 9.7. We said good price.
That was Muswellbrook.
It's pretty good for your maiden win. And they go around over the 1,400 metres here. The track stopped. I went out and had a look at it, and a few other people said, "Oh, there's no way this is going to stay soft. It's too long, so it'll get an upgrade."
Yeah, I had a chat to Dave Anderson.
It was quite a story that day.
Look, it's 7 at the moment. He said it could be perhaps a little.
I remember John was there, Winch was there.
Confident that we'll get an upgrade to a 6. He said maybe 3 or 4 off the rail is probably going to be the best going. Okay, so we'll see how that.
Jerry was there.
It might be a little bit of moisture really out wide. So that's interesting to hear as well, and we'll wait to see how the jockeys suss it out in the first couple of races here. So that's what it'll come down to, and always does, right?
This is our smallest field of the day, only the 7 runners. We lost a few out of it, of course. They're just getting around there to this 1,400 metre mark. But our favourite channel here, it's a nice and short, $1.85 maybe. I think the puzzle is pretty good value here, Jay. It's around that $5 mark. It's not too bad for a horse. It's been racing quite well. So, look, anything could win it, really. And for those tuning in from overseas, we're told it's Monmouth sells. So we wish them well.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. All of our friends in the UK and Ireland. Now, the speed is a little bit tricky here. Do you think Ruby Lace can take it up from out
I
wide?
think it'll get back a little bit, Chase. That's what it did the other day. But look, it's a small field. Something might change. But 1,400 metres. I think it might just settle back a little bit.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised to see Heart Knock Life maybe move up to the inside, or even Jason Darren. I wouldn't be surprised to see it go forward a little bit more today than it has. And in channeling, as we heard there from Ed, certainly is adaptable enough to sit sprints. It did there at Hawkesbury that day, but I see Tyler may elect to perhaps ride the horse a little bit closer today, given the perceived, perhaps moderate to slow tempo that's anticipated here in the opening race of the day. We get underway here on a soft 7 on Canberra Grange Classic Day now, moving in solidly for the opening race on a very warm Friday afternoon. Big crowd rolling in on what is one of the red letter days here at Canberra. Let's head upstairs and welcome in Luke Marlowe for the call of the first. For our first.
Welcome everyone to Kembla Grange Classic Day of a Friday here in the Gong. Fine and warm conditions here, trackside, light winds. Soft 7 is the track rating at the moment. Through rail, be some chance of an upgrade today with the warm, dry conditions. Loading well for the first of 8 races, and in fact, we've only got one to move in. That's Ruby Lace to complete the line here in a few moments. Ruby Lace walking up. Brodie Loy bringing it into the stalls, and we're ready for action here. 1,400 metres in race number 1. Channeling well back. They're off and racing now. Bob's back has missed the start. Channeling was away midfield, showing good speed off the inside. Hard Knock Life joining it in front is Jason Darren, and Jason Darren now strides to the top. Puzzler going to second. Out wide, Ruby Lace taking closer order. Fourth the inside now, Hard Knock Life. Then the favourite Channeling. It's ended up in a pretty good position. In behind those horses, Bob's back. And it's been covered up by Mom the Selks on the outside. Ruby Lace worked to the front. Had to burn a bit of gas, but got there at the 850 metres. A length and a half, Jason Darren, Puzzler, Hard Knock Life and Channeling 5th. Then Mom the Selks, and on the inside, Bob's back. Down the side they go, 600 metres to run. Ruby Lace shows the way. A clear leader by 2 lengths on Jason Darren and Puzzler. Hard Knock Life Channeling behind those. Then Bob's back, and on the outside, on the Celts, they spin the turn. 4:25 to run. Ruby Lace held together. Puzzler comes up on the outside. Jason Darren's full board. Channeling to the middle of the track. Is trying to wind up about 2 or 3 off them. Ruby Lace still led. 2:75 to go from Jason Darren. Puzzler Channeling the outside. 4 across the track. It's Channeling, Jason Darren. Ruby Lace the inside beaten off now. Puzzler's between the leaders. It's Channeling with the head in front. Jason Darren goes with, but Channeling is going to be too good and wins it from Jason Darren. Puzzler photo for 4th. You had Mon the Celts finishing off. Hard Knock Life and Bob's back. And the leader, Ruby Lace, hit the brick wall and finished last.
Well, she took a long time to get there, but get there she has. She was always travelling like a winner. She got a lovely run behind what turned out to be a pretty handy speed after we saw Teresa's run, Ruby Lace, work a little bit harder perhaps than necessary or than anticipated to get to that lead. And put a little bit more pace in the race, and that's really suited Channeling. Jason Darren's given a lovely kick there after racing on the speed and trailing the leader, and really made a race of it, and certainly wanted to follow out of that. And Puzzle's run another honest race. I think number 5, Mon the Celts, might get 4th, but good start for back there, Whitey.
Yeah, 9475. It looks like Jason now went at paying $1.90 there. Finished off really well, just like it did at its previous start at Hawkesbury. So that run was 1300 today. The 1400 can get a little bit further off that. Only lightly raced, as we said, just at the 4 starts. It just keeps getting better and better. So you can't ask for much more than that. Well done to the owners, Ed O'Rourke and the ownership there, and some other owners as well. And Tyler Schiller's stuck to this horse the past couple of starts. She's a 3-year-old filling by Impending, and they'll combine later on in the day. They've got Twin Turbo going around in race 5, and it should be fairly competitive too after having its second run back. So 9475 and 128.493 was the overall time. 123.93. 123.93 as Channeling takes out the first race here. A well-bred filly, as we said, and we heard from Ed O'Rourke pre-race, and always good to catch up with him afterwards, James, when the horses won. And this horse has just got better and better. Midfield at Port Macquarie, just behind the place getters at Hawkesbury, place at Hawkesbury, and wins today.
She did win today. She took a little while to get there, but she's improving, Phil.
Yeah, definitely. The ground was a bit concerned coming here today. We got the job done. I'd say we'd be interested to see what Tyler says, but I'd say we won't be going back in a softer, heavy track again by the looks of that. She looked like she laboured a little bit on that. And considering the last day was good track, you know, you can tell the difference in her action today. But great to get the job done, and winning her 4-star, 60 grand filly. So glad for the owners, and a few good loyal owners in her, so they deserve that, and they've been patient with her.
Absolutely, it's certainly nice prize money, isn't it, that stage of her career. She travelled like a winner. There's a little bit of speed there that seemed to suit her, but she always wound up. But, as she said, she might have just struggled a little bit over the last little bit.
Yeah, exactly. So it'll be interesting just to see what Tyler says, whether it was the track or whatever, but she got the job done, so that's all that matters.
Well done.
Exactly, thank you.
There's Ed O'Rourke, who has been successful here, and a good start for favourite backers. 180 for Channeling, 190 on the show. Jason Darren Puzzler on the Celts. It's 9, 4, 7 and 5. Gav, what's happening in Muswellbrook?
The horses are now heading back out onto the track. Quite extraordinary. This horse that got away, Mick, so it's escaped from here, has gone into town and was captured, I kid you not, because Paul Massara was driving past. They took a photo, or he was in the car going past and took a photo. He was driving whilst using the phone. It was outside the Workers' Club in town that the horse was captured.
Wow, that's a fair distance, isn't it?
It's a fair height from here right into the guts of town.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, no, that's fascinating. But obviously a late scratching.
Yes, I can tell you that I might have ducked in for a cold one. It's that sort of day, but it was not intoxication out of the first. I can tell you, he's on his way to the gate. So
I reckon I might be captured at the Workers' Club a bit later on.
hopefully it's not during the Scone Carnival. Now they're off to the gates here, 1,200 maybe the trip of race one. 270 newsbound in for a $3 favourite. Second elect is Rathred at $3. Chelsea is at $8. Other one in single figures then is Beerville at $8.50 chance. $10 for Box Rain on the next line of betting. I'll just grab your late mail numbers. Well, just before we do, amended starting times here. So they'll go as soon as they get around to the gates here. All being well, the second race will jump at 2:32. And then the third race today will be at 2:55. All going well, and then hopefully we're back on the the post-advertised start time. But over to you for the late mail. They'll move in shortly here.
6, 9, 2 and 8 for me, putting Rathoran on top. At one stage was backed into favouritism. They've swung back around these top two, Newsbounder and Rathoran. Just having a really good preparation. Was a winner at Tamworth 2 back defeating Papiana. And then last start, I was left behind when the gates opened, got a long way out of his ground, but I really loved the way he powered up late, finished second behind Cutie Pie there at Grafton after being held up for the top of the straight. 9, Intoxication, would have preferred the track be a little wetter for her, but while she's racing so well, you've got to include her. She was placed behind Withstand at Newcastle 2 back and then led till very close to home when third behind Mr. Miller at Coffs Harbour last time out. Newsbound, I can see why there's plenty of support for her. Her first up run was very good when third behind Flying Argyle had Scone over the 1,300 metres after being slow away. And 8 Bright Legends, another one that would have preferred it, perhaps been in the soft 7 or heavy 8 range. She's first up from a spell today. She's got no early speed. The first up last preparation, she got back near last and charged home to finish second behind Reacquaint. 6, 9, 2 and 8.
Okay, 6, 9, 2 and 8. So just for a short period there, Rathdrum came into favouritism, but now the Newsbound has tightened back into shape, the other one. So they've cleared out really $8 Chelsea and then $8.50 if best of the others is Burville. In terms of the Jockey Challenge market, Aaron Bullock $1.60, Mitch Stapleford at $6 and Brave Knot is an $8 chance. Race number 5 today will kick off the first leg of the quaddie, and that's due to go at 5 minutes after 4. So loading process about to get underway here at Muswellbrook on what is unusually for the middle of March, unbelievably humid day.
Yeah, exactly right. I'm struggling a little bit because it is quite warm. What would you think? It'd be around 30 degrees, but it's the
He
humidity.
said it was 34 when he drove into that.
Wow, there you go.
Humidity, but it's the big killer, no doubt about it. Okay, so just awaiting these horses to load up. 3 minutes behind the scheduled start time. We've got a decent gap though heading into our next commitment at Kembla Grange, and of course Townsville will chime in a little bit later with Chargy looking after things, as he always very capably does up there.
Yeah, exactly right. He's a real character, Chargy, and he'll be doing his stretches and getting ready for that afternoon meeting, which gets off to a little bit of a later start.
All right, here's the first event. So the first of them locked away. Last look at the market, Newsbound 270 over Rathman, who's having a very consistent preparation. And then Chelsea, who looks for her second win at start number 10 as we head upstairs. The opener, first of 8, is bettor.
So, Quinky Deal's about to come in. Rider there, Millie Thompson with the purple cap on. Rathoran, number 6, with the lime green with the blue cap. And Fox Rain's about to get ready. Gelsey and also Bright Legend, one of the last ones to get set. We're running 1,280 metres here for the first. And Bright Legend left to go forward with Gelsey. The starter works his way around the front of the gates. First of 8 about to get underway here. And Gelsey goes forward to the outside gate. We're set to jump for the first. Starter is on the platform. Red light has been turned on. Newsbound is the favourite to win. Gates are back and they're off and racing. Beagle off the inside left fast and going forward in the early part. Intoxication. Not far away in the early stages, Newsbound. Then came Quinky Deal on the inside. Bright Legend is out a little bit deep. They go around that first turn, pushing through in between runners there. Fox Rainer. Then Rathoran improving between runners. Gelsey on the inside, and two away is Yamamai, about 10 off the speed inside the 900. So Veerville worked its way to the front by half a length. Intoxication. Fox Rain works to third on the outside of the favourite Newsbounder. A further two, Rathoran on the outside of Quinky Deal. Then Gelsey third last. Bright Legend second last. And back at the rear of the field there as they come down to the turn inside the 600 is Yamamai. Down to the bend, it's Veerville, the former Victorian, leading from Intoxication, getting a little bit closer. Newsbound on the inside, waiting for the cutaway as they come up to the corner. Then came Rathoran getting to the outside with Gelsey. 350 left to go. Intoxication really going up on the outside to challenge Veerville. That's something left in the locker. Veerville got a length in front from Intoxication, struggling. Newsbound back to the inside. Rathoran starts to join in out deeper. It's Veerville just in front with 100 metres left to go. Newsbound will have a dive on the inside, and Veerville, the former Victorian,
7.
beat Newsbound. Rathoran was third. Then came Intoxication, followed by Quinky Deal, then Fox Rain, Gelsey. Further back was Bright Legend, was always last.
Yeah, good tussle all the way up the home straight. Veerville, who was leading throughout, was clinging on for dear life. And Newsbound on the inside kept coming to make it interesting. There'll be a margin here. You would think that Veerville, this is a very precarious angle at Muswellbrook, but at the naked eye, which isn't always gospel, should just get it perhaps over Newsbound. 6-1.
Thanks, John.
Spot Rathrum has run his usual honest race, and a fourth will go the way of Intoxication. The race number 1, that was a good stoush over the concluding.
So what happened? That 7 was one of the BBs. If we look at the advantage is moderate. I mean, if we look at 10 would have been there if it was a maiden race. So that's not there. So 7 and 9 are two of the highest advantages here after 10. 7 and 9. All right. 2 was the linear that couldn't win. And the 6 with that advantage was just a disappointment. So I don't know. I kind of have this is all assumptions, and if this is what the case is, then it'll be very difficult winning here. We'll try and check. This was a class 1, so a class 1 should be like the linear. The horse, I mean, hands down, 2 should be winning. Whether the 6 has advantage, it should come in, in the top 3. It did, I think, come in the top 3. Yes. But 7 with that advantage moving forward is because of that reason.
We're racing a couple of his mates, and yeah, bingo.
He really toughed it out late, didn't he, with Rod's horse coming at you?
Yeah, they had an opinion of him down there. Obviously, Matty Ellen had him early days, and he was. They probably moved him on when Matty gave training away. So, thanks for looking after him early, Matt.
Good on you, well done.
Thanks, mate.
And Braith Knott is about to come over and join us. How was that? You toughed it out well?
Yeah, we began well from a good barrier, so but Cat said he's fit, so I just rolled to the front. I thought we got easy enough. He was quite relaxed in front. Just coming to 600, just clicking up a bit. And I thought he somewhat felt the pinch a little bit late being first up, but toughed it out for long.
Did you get in there? It's pretty warm.
That's it.
Well done. There's Braith Knott taking up the opening event on the program. And the first of 8 today, sponsored by Arrowfield, and it was taken out by one of Arrowfield's biggest clients, Brett Kavanagh. Sort of. All right, so that's race one. We'll see you back here prior to the next.
Congratulations on the man, she made a thing. I'm trying to reconstruct the air and all that brain.
Right, this is what we have. This is the second one, 1500 meter maiden. If you look at the odds, they have 13, 5, 9, and 2. 13 is the favorite. 13, 5, 9, and 2. Okay, 13, 5, 9, and 2. Now, if we look at the handicapping, 13 is the linear. 13 is the linear, but it's not a very strong linear. It's a relaxed linear. 5. Now, I did mention about these two horses, 1 and 8, though it had advantage with the jockey. I mentioned that these things do not work. Anything below 20% on pressure side, it's difficult. Anything below 20% on the pressure side is difficult. Here, the 5 is below 20%. It's a neutral. Ideally, this should not win. Forget about winning. It should not be getting there anywhere close. So, I mean, that's the study. That's the number. That's the mathematics. That's what happens. And this is what the scene is. It's a neutral horse. It's got a very good jockey. There is no doubt. It's a very good jockey. But the pressure is less than 20%. This one is more than 20%. It is okay, but it's a linear. It's a maiden race. So the last one here, 10, we ignored because it was a class 1. But here, number 6 is probably the EW. Huge advantage. It's one of the best maidens. And that's what it is. So that's the EW. That should work. So 13 is the winner. I mean, on documents, 13 looks like it is going to get the job done. But it's not a steep as steep as this one. This probably is more relaxed, and this one is there. So 9, I'm not sure whether I'm sorry, 5, I'm not sure. It's a neutral one. It's a neutral one. In that case, we'll have to look for other advantages which are there. So if we look through this entire thing, then the other advantage that we can find is on 11, which is here, with very good hands. And if the jockey is smart, that's a tailing gate with 13. That's a tailing gate with 13. 11 advantage. These are advantages as well, but these are maiden horses, out of which 6 should be the EW. That's the maiden. And 11 is what is there with a lot of advantage. Out of all these horses, that's the highest. The 16 is there, but this one we also have some numbers. 11. The 16, 10, they also have advantages, but those are like, it has 6 races, it did nothing. This one has 10 races, it did nothing. So these two are tried and tested, but it failed. The one that did not fail is the 11, which is there, and it's a tailing gate with 13. The 5 is a neutral. I don't know if that'll work in this condition. I don't know. This we still have to. This is in very good hands, by the way. This is in very, very good hands. But we'll have to take a look at what's going on. And the 6 probably is the EW. So that's what we are looking at. There's 3, 4, and 13, 11, 6 probably. But I'm going to stay out. I still do not have clarity on what's going on. The first one, if we look at what happened, the 7 went through with the advantage. It had numbers, and then it had advantage here. So is here. 9. Both of them got in. And the 2 had a very hard time getting through. And it came in second. It is one of the best horses. We'll take a look at the paddock. The problem is, if this is what my take is. I'm not saying I'm perfect. I'm not perfect. I'm still adjusting the data every day. I'm still trying to figure out what's going on to make it work. This is all in the interest of making it work. So when I'm looking at the data and when I'm looking at the performance and looking at the results, the numbers don't lie. The mathematics is mathematics. 2 plus 2 is 4. That's simple. It cannot be 5. It cannot be 3. It cannot be 7. The mathematics is always right. But what makes the difference is, where are we applying that mathematics? We have to have the right information about the track. We have to have the exact information about the track. We are trying to invade somebody's house. They will obviously try to protect that. They will always try to protect their interest. We are trying to invade. We are trying to win. They've been there. They have been doing this way more than we have done this. And they have all the information about the track. They know that track like the back of their palm. They know where exactly the slopes are, where it is uphill, where it is downhill. And they're going to use the handicapping to ensure that the results are according to their wishes, Not ours.
Capital Grange, second race, runners are in the yard here. It's a maiden, it's 1,500 metres, scratching mission 5, leaves us with a field of 8, and they are operating here, Whitey, and we're going to start with one of the horses that's up in a sport this morning, coming through a pretty good race last start, fresh. It's Dark Arts, horse 1 here, Zach Lloyd riding for Team Hawks.
Yeah, he's had the one run back from a spell, and I just put in my notes. He looks really, really well, excellent. In fact, he's a real eye catcher in the parade. So he'll obviously derive benefit out of that first run back. That was in a small field, but I don't mind the look of it.
Nicely bred debutant in number 2, Dwayne. Mind this horse off the trials and what we've seen. He looks like coming out to Tommy Berry Chris Waller.
The flashy type. He's sort of a more lighter framed horse with the 4 wide socks, but he's very flashy. I think as the distances get up, he'll be well suited. Hence why they're kicking me off over here over 1,500 after a few trials.
4 Queen Strata looks to find the front pretty comfortably here. We'll have a chat to Neil Payne. It's in Clark.
Well, she's nice and fit. She had the 2 runs back. She was $11 in one, and then she went under as a $1.35 favourite last start. So the benefit of a couple of runs back, you know she's going to probably go to the front. They've stuck with her as a 5-year-old mare. This is her time to shine.
5 Hortensia has done some good things without winning thus far in the career. J4 Kerry Park.
Yeah, I thought it was probably nearly the pick of them in the yard, and it gets to its home track. A really nice time. It's had a few runs back, or 1 run back for a spell when it wasn't far away here. Its most recent appearance, so can only keep improving, and probably the pick of the yard.
6 is Gallant Rush, having its 3rd run today. Reece Jones, David Payne.
Yeah, has not done a thing wrong in the parade. Really relaxed type. Just had the 2 starts just behind the pace getters both times. So obviously just keeps improving with every run. Would need to again, but a very relaxed customer. The 1,500 should suit ideally again.
7 Whittlespark for Greys, the other debutant in the race. Bred to get over a bit of a trip here, Whitey. Kerry McAvoy's run formation with Archibald.
Yeah, big ownership groupie. Good luck to them. Only a lightly framed horse, Jay, so it has a bit of breeding being by Done Deal. So distance right to kick off, but I just prefer to see it going around today.
Hey, not a worry. We might see some improvement from it today, Leisure Cobb, John Thompson.
Yeah, paraded really well. A little bit of a tip for this horse at longer rods as well. Hasn't set the world on fire in a couple of starts, but just that 1 run back when it went around at big odds. So needs to keep improving.
And number 9, Outspeed, resumes today. Grand Buckley for Mitch Beer.
Yeah, this horse looked okay too. I didn't mind its parade. It was Victoria, trained down in Victoria before, so first start for the new connections here. So we'll just see how it pans out.
All right, so we're still some time off a start here, 7 minutes in fact, and of course with Muswellbrook getting a few new times there for second and third races especially. We'll see it switch between the 2 venues where time permits, but I might get your late mail, Whitey. We're going to have a chat to Neil Payne.
Yeah, I like the 4, Queen Strata. They're nice and fit. She's up and going. I know she proved quickly there last start, but I'll be keen to get a win on the board with this mare. So I've got her on top. Dark Arts really look well in the parade. He's ready for this second up assignment today. Inside draw should just get the camp right on Queen Strata. The 5 Hortensia was certainly a clear standout in the parade. Just had that 1 run back when it just missed here. And the 2 Dwayne, I know you're keen on it as well. Look, he's a leggy type. He's going to improve with racing. Distance probably short of his best, but a good starting point. So 4-1-5-2.
All right, Neil Payne's come over to have a chat for going Adrian about Queen Strata, who's done everything but win her first couple of starts. Nice run at Hawkesbury there when she was tipped out by a handy one, and then she went around short there at Wyong, and again just bit.
Yeah, exactly right. Look, she's put in both starts. That's all you can ask. Being a 5-year-old mare, we're desperate to get a win for her for, a breeding purpose. So, look, she's done really well. She worked probably the best she's ever worked Tuesday morning. She worked really, really well with one of our other horses, Tim Clark Rover in the track. And, we're very happy with her. So we're expecting her to just about beat these today.
Yeah, she looks likely to get the lead pretty comfortably, and dropping back to 15, probably not a bad thing either.
Exactly right. See there a while in there, even though she's got a cushy run, she was just found in the last 150, so back to 1,500. And, it's this field, well, they're always hard to win no matter what's in, so, but, we'd like to think that she could be able to beat these.
In the Stayers Cup here, Neil, progressive colt format, the Frankel, he looks likely improving.
Yeah, exactly right, Trace. He's up to 2,400 a day, which he's been crying out for distances like this. So, admittedly, he gets a stronger race today. He's going from a golden Class 1 maiden to a 2400, 68 rating race, so it is much harder. So, but he's up to him. He'll win one of these races, whether it's today. Let's hope it's today. We'll be quite happy.
I want to ask you about Kaboo in the Burt Lily. This horse who had a lot of raps on him, and I think he won 4 out of his first 7 starts, and then he had some things go wrong with him. But, geez, 2 trials have been outstanding now.
Exactly right. Gain Adrian had tapped away him. He's had a few issues, but Gain Adrian hopefully have sorted them out. And like I say, his 2 trials have been really, really good. So just let's hope he brings his A game to the races, because he's a bit of a tricky horse, and you just don't know what you're going to get with him. So let's just hope he brings his A game to the races, and if he does, he'll win.
Dominetta brings the right form in the Kembla Grange Traffic. Nice filly.
Oh, yeah. Look, if you have a look through her races, have a look what she's been running in the last 4 or 5 races. So coming back to this kind of race today, she's a deserved favourite, and let's hope it'd be nice to win this Group 3 down here.
Absolutely, and then finally a quick word on in race 8, 2 runners there into the Dragon, who's been going nicely, and Jupiter Hills, who can probably lead or close to it.
Well, yes, up to 1400 Jupiter's Hills will suit it much better. Entered the Dragon, last start was slow away and hit the line really well, so which way do I lean? Maybe into the Dragon, because you've got the form on the board.
Great chances today for the Gain Adrian stable. Good luck now.
Let's hope so. Thank you, mate.
Okay. Here he is in the plane. Gain Adrian very well represented today, Whitey.
They are. I'll tell you what, last Sunday there at Canberra, their horse was Gallagher running second in the Black Opal, the former top galloper Farnham Cornell at the race there, and they're really nice horses. King of Pop, the name just escapes me. Farnham. Very similar. Yeah, Farnham. Yeah, very nice horses, and they can figure. Don't worry about that in the Gold Slipper. So, yeah, I'm 4152. I think it'll be hard to beat. It'll be interesting to see. That leader folded up in the first race, but you're talking a little bit. This horse got a little bit more disclosed form, so it'll lead. Nice big long straight. It's a good test. So 4 taken by the parade of the 5.
Yeah, I'll put them in 2, 4, 5, and 1 here, Whitey. Just having a throw at the stumps with number 2, Dwayne. There's been money for it. It's been 12 into $6 today, touched $5 in fact. I didn't mind the way he paraded as well, kicking off over 1,500 metres. But so you think out of Shoe Diva. Shoe Diva, a half to Jimmy Choo. Many of you remember, is the 3-year-old of the year in New Zealand. And, one of the Rosehill Guineas. Back about 15 years ago or so. But Shoe Diva herself won a couple of nice 1,600 metre or 2,000 metre races. So Dwayne's got a bit of breeding on his side, and there's some money for him today with Tommy Berry down to ride him. Don't mind him as a bit of a price, and good to see some money for him. But I think he could win. I put number 4 in for second, Queen Strata, for the reasons that Bainey mentioned there. Got to find the front, and pretty hard to run down. I think we'll see a big improvement back to the 15 suits. And a comfortable lead there with the astute hands of Tim Clark, no better rider of a leader in the country. And then I put in numbers 5 for 30, or Denzia, going along nicely. And Dark Arts, so I think comes through the right form race, that sort of President Lyle's form race. Wasn't outstanding when finishing 4th there at Rose Hill, but that was a deeper race and can improve, and there's been money for it. A 2, 4, 5 and 1 for me. I thought it was a bit of a value play here in Dwayne. In terms of the betting here, Whitey, Queen Strata 210 to 230, just a fraction easy with the money coming for Dark Arts. 270, in fact, got to 290 now, back to $2.80. Dwayne's been 12 into 6, be best back to those longer odds. Audentia 750 to 10 easy, not a worry 10 to 11. Whittlespark 23 to 41, Gallant Rush 23 to 51, and outspeds 40s to 80s. So 2 favourites holding their place predominantly in the betting here, Queen Strata and Dark Arts. Dwayne's certainly been specced here at odds, as most of these runners load up for this, the second race of the day. Quick look at the Muswellbrook market before we get out to Gav and Mick on track. In fact, we'll probably head straight to them immediately following this race. Another Peach is the favourite way in race number 2. Tab Fixed Odds favourite 250, the 13 horse, another Peach, 3 single to Toronto. Alphelion, number 5, is 330 into 340. Warrior for Peace 460, pretty solid. Steel Claws 850, likewise. I Know You 13, the Varden 17, and Diablo Dancer at 26. So another feature ahead of Affiliate in the way to go in the betting there, race 2 at Muswellbrook. Last thoughts here, White?
Yeah, well, Tyler Schiller won our first race, but he's a scratching here, and he's got another couple of scratches, so he's probably making the most of the air conditioning in the jockey's room, but he's got some good rides later on.
He does. I had a chat to Tyler and also Bucko. Tyler seemed to think that 7 was about right. Bucko said it might be on a slightly better than that, and maybe it's the 6 range, but certainly he did say that.
Surprised me a bit, that, Jason.
Yeah, it surprised me too, but he did say that in the first race, that his winning horse, Channeling, just struggled to get through it a little bit there over the concluding stages. So he thought that she'd certainly let down. She would, the filly had let down a little bit better, but maybe just struggled in the soft ground. And we heard that from Ed after the race, that he doesn't think he'll go for another soft or heavy track.
We mentioned in the preview about the inside track there, which is, we don't have a look at that before. Apparently they're having some gallops over it in the next few days. So
yes,
it's a real asset to the club down here.
And trialling on it, I think early next month. So when they start racing here, it'll make and it's already a tremendous hub for racing, but I think it's going to be even better. And we'll be down here quite a lot, I mentioned, Whitey, when that starts racing. Anyway, we're pretty close to a start here for race number 2. Final look at the board sees Queen Strata 260, Dark Arts 280. A little between them now. Here's one.
Down 270. Dark Arts 290 on the second line of betting. So stand by. Red lights are on now. They're racing. And Queen Strata much better today out of the stalls. They kick up inside of her though. Dark Arts is going to push through and hold the lead initially. Dwayne is handy. Queen Strata's going to press on and try and get outside the lead. Back behind those was Gallant Rush settling down. Audenzia's racing in 5th, followed by Not a Worry. On the inside was Outspeed, and Biddlesbark is last. Dark Arts the lead, turning off the back straight, going up towards the 1,000. Dark Arts by half a length on Queen Strata. 2 lengths away third. Racing on the outside was Dwayne, the debutant. Covering up Gallant Rush, then Audenzia. A length and a half the inside, Outspeed, Not a Worry, and Biddlesbark is last of all. Favourites 1 and 2 here. Queen Strata pressuring Dark Arts to the 750. There's little between them. They stride in unison down the side of the track, and Dwayne just camped on their hammer third. Followed by Audenzia. Not a Worry gets mobile the outside. Coming up to the home turn. Queen Strata, 450 metres to go. Held together on the outside of Dark Arts. Dwayne looks to be going okay third. He's about to come off the bid. And Not a Worry's running a race. Queen Strata, Dark Arts, they slog it out, 250 metres to go. Clark gets stuck into Queen Strata, and she's beaten off Dark Arts for now. The others are just one paced. Dwayne whacks away, followed by Audenzia. It's Queen Strata, 100 to go. Dark Arts half a length away. Queen Strata's holding Dark Arts. Queen Strata, if anything, getting away near home. Queen Strata, too good. Better start was certainly the result there. Queen Strata, and set outside Dark Arts and beat it. The third was Dwayne, followed by Audenzia, Biddlesbark, Not a Worry. Then came Outspeed, and last, Gallant Rush.
Second event here from Muswellbrook with the time amendment tape. Country boosted Maiden played over the 1,500 metres. We start with number 1 here. Nick, this is Hoku for Les Robertson, Dan Northey.
He would have preferred probably a wetter track. He was okay at Scone last time out when beaten 5 lengths by Call Me Magnifique. Gets the blinkers back on today.
Number 2 is Steel Claws, 4th up into the prep. Sienna Grimer taking 1.5 off, and Troy O'Neill.
Racing really well, bumped into a smart one here at Muswellbrook 2 back when second to Zakiro, and beaten less than a length into 5th spot at Corindai last time out behind Marine Girl. Looks a good place, champ.
We move to one of the key fancies, Aphelion. Number 5, Performer Sarah, Leah Gavranich, and Aaron Bullock.
Appeared to travel okay first up at Tamworth when sent out a short price favourite, but when the pressure went on, was just left floundering, beaten around 2.5 lengths. Stepping up in distance today with the blinkers on first time.
Number 6 is I Know You. Brett Kavanagh looking for an early double. This one from the inside gate, be ridden by Ben Looker.
Yeah, it was pretty good last time.
John 6 is an EW.
He's got good technical speed.
Should get it, John.
First starter in the mix, number 9, Warrior for Peace. Brett Kavanagh breaks not.
I thought he trialled really well at Scone recently over the 1,200 metres when finishing 4th behind University, who's since come out and won the Hunter Northwest Country Championships. I've got him on top.
Buckles and Bows is number 10, Peter Mills, Mitchell Bell.
Yet to run a placing in 10 career starts. Only beat one runner home at Armidale last up behind Cascan over the 1,400. Looking to others.
Number 11, Diablo Dancer, Stephen Gleeson combining with Jack Baker.
Better effort at Port Macquarie, most recent run over the 1,500 metres when finishing a third behind Secret Keeper. Might be on the improve.
On the Suncraft we go. Jeremy Sylvester, Luke Rolls drawn out a little.
Wasn't beaten far by Cascan at Armidale 2 starts back, but a little bit disappointing at Tamworth last time out when unplaced behind New Pharaoh.
Number 13, another Peach is the favourite. Scott Singleton and Christian Reith.
She's got a hoof right on the till. Finished second on the Beaumont 2 back behind Magical Elegance, and then was gunned down late by Broken Wings at Scone last start's been freshened up into this.
Have a dance, number 14 is Todd Howlett and Donovan Dillon.
I thought she chased home okay last start at Taree when finishing fourth behind Magic Shannon. Looks to have an each-way chance.
Newlander number 15 with the emergency getting a start here for Justin Bowen and McKenna.
Okay, I'll just explain the 14. There's a thing about 14.
Casino Prince, I'm happy to risk him.
And down the bottom then is Perthelia, but John Ramsey and Jake Tracy Holmes.
Wasn't too bad at Tongue Curry last start when finishing fifth.
So the 14 is something that I was looking at. The 14 is a dysfunctional team. All right, it's a dysfunctional team. But when we look through the advantage, this one has adequate advantage. This horse has with numbers. This horse is with numbers. I'm not considering the ones that are without numbers. This one is one which is with considerable amount of these two. Both the horses. 11 definitely has more advantage. 14 has advantage plus the jockey is handicapped rightly. He's riding the right horse, but it's a very dysfunctional team. There's something wrong with this team. They kind of they have not been very successful racing together. I don't know how many races they have done together. The owners, the trainers, the jockey, all that included. So this is a dysfunctional team, but today this horse has advantage plus a jockey. The highest advantage is definitely with the 6, which is an EW. It is placed right below the linear. So this is an EW position in a maiden horse, in a maiden race. So this is there, but the rest I am not sure. I am even not sure if the 13 is going to win. We'll take a look and see what's going on.
First race today with Verveil, same colours. That fellow about to come up with the Warrior for Peace. Late mile numbers 9, 13, 5, 1. Here's race 2 as we head up to Ben Hall.
Yeah. Buckles and Bows about to come in. So runners getting set, killing the gates well. Buckles and Bows going up bridleless, and Mitch Bell going up to the barrier to wait his turn to jump back aboard. It's about to move in, and Suncraft, one of the last ones. Thank you to you, Tim, Sky One with us. Everyone on board for the running of race 2, 1,500 metres. And another Peach is your favourite. We're set to jump. Ready. Waiting on the signal. There it is. Starter hits the button. They're off in race number 2. Beginning well was Steel Claws from gate 2 going forward. I Know You on the inside with speed. And the favourite another Peach is Nice and Handy. Then Diablo Dancer. Nick further back in the field on the inside going around the first turn is Warrior for Peace on the inside of Have a Dance. Then came Newlander, Ophelia. 2 or 3 lengths away, then came Pathelia on the outside of Hoku, then came Buckles and Bows and Suncraft last, 15 off the speed. Rounding the next turn, 1,000 metres left to go, and the leader I Know You, 3/4 Steel Claws, another Peach on the inside, getting a beautiful run, the favourite covered on the outside by Diablo Dancer. Further back on the inside, then Warrior for Peace covered up by Hoku, then came Ophelia and Newlander racing together. 2 lengths to on the outside there, Pathelia with Poker as they go down the side. Then came Buckles and Bows, and Suncraft is last of all down towards the 550. I Know You snuck away by 2 lengths to Steel Claws. Into third spot on the outside, another Peach going well. Then came 2 lengths away, 2 coming to the turn, Warrior for Peace, Diablo Dancer, Ophelia around the turn, though I Know You in front with 350 left to run. Steel Claws on the outside, moving up quickly. Another Peach back to the inside. Then came Warrior for Peace down the extreme outside. Steel Claws 2 in front. Warrior for Peace mowing it down on the outside. Then another Peach third. It's Warrior for Peace on the outside, moving up to Steel Claws and pulling clear, 50 to go. And Warrior for Peace takes out the second.
9.
Steel Claws, another Peach can only manage third. Then Ophelia followed by Pathelia.
Magic Tyler coming up to the barriers. Goes in, they're all set. Buck Bacon Memorial, all ready to run, racing now. Head B jumped okay. Long cross a bit slow to get going. 1% got back in the early stages. And the Kamikaze was slow out of the barriers as well.
9-2, 13 and 5. 9-2.
800 metres, a half length in front. Running second now is Bullseye Banjo, and a length and a half way third. On the outside was Bubbles and Froth, followed by Ragtag Doll, and further back on the inside then came Head B when they come up towards the home turn. Next on the outside, Magic Tyler, followed by the Kamikaze, improving. Long cross is well back. He's third last on the inside of He's a Romeo, 1% in the straight. Gabby's Ready's just in front on the outside. Bullseye Banjo's coming after him. Glad Ragdoll's making ground between them. Another followed by from the Magic Tyler, but hitting the front on the outside now is Bullseye Banjo. After him quickly, Bubbles and Froth. Gabby's Ready still there, but Bubbles and Froth rages up and hits the lead, and Bubbles and Froth wins it by 3/4, running about. Gets home to win from Bullseye Banjo and Gabby's Ready. Just behind them was Glad Ragdoll and the Kamikaze. They were followed by Long Cross, who never looked to hope. And well back in the field, then came Head B and company with Magic Tyler, 1%. And the last one to pull up is He's a Romeo. So Bubbles and Froth, just under a bit of pressure just after they straightened up, but launched late and was able to go home on one rein to win. He won.
Right, so this is what happened. If we look like this, that 9 is there. What we did not look into. That's a 33% drift on this team. It's a dysfunctional team. This one is still better. This one is still better. They do not come on the CNF. They do not come on the CNF. These people have been messing up for a very long time. So my bad. This is the second one in line. This is the second one in line. If we look through the handicapping, this is the second one in line. About the 2, if we look through the rails, that 2 is well within both the rails. But it was not in a winning position. The winning position definitely was with 13. But the 13 did not win. So, this is my assumption. You need more pressure. You need more pressure. This is not adequate. Either that's the case or it is a track we cannot win. It is either that's the case that we need more pressure. We'll take a look at the other horses. These pressures are not enough. There's 148% here. We'll see if that works. That's the only highest pressure is 48% on race number 4,000 meter, which is a linear. And this is the 5 had no chance. It was a neutral, so that will not work. And this even did not work. What worked is the advantage plus the team on the 9. The advantage plus the team on the 9. The 2 is surprising. That was a 73% downstream. I do not believe, but I mean, mathematically they're there. It's well within both the rails. 13, 5, 6. If that's what we are looking at, then 13 with the handicapping, without the pressure, couldn't get it. The one actually that worked was 9, which was with advantage with the teamwork. And the second one was also with advantage, though they are drifting team, but they had the physics with them today. Tricky place, gentlemen. Very tricky place. Very, very tricky place. Aroman, welcome back. We are at Muswellbrook. We are at Muswellbrook. Don't put money. I am not going to get into any of the races unless there's absolutely something. I'm going to check the fourth one. I'm going to check the third, fourth, and if we find a clear opening, maybe an EW. But this track has a long history with us. We have raced here a lot, quite a few times. They're very mismanaged. I remember waiting for an ambulance for 2.5 hours or more than that, sometime last year. And the track is kind of tricky. It's a tricky place. The people are tricky. The track itself is a very, very treacherous track, and that's more or less where we are. Not the best place under the sun, not the best races, but that was the only option that we had today. The other one was Kembla Grange, which is even worse. So kind of a helpless situation. We'll take a look at the number 3. Two, 8, 6, 2, 6, 8, and 10 all scratched. 2, 6, 8, and 10, number 3. And we'll take a look at the odds. 5, 11, 4, 3. All right, this is what is going on. We know the odds: 5, 11, 4, 3. 5 is the favorite. So there's nothing going on with the rails. The only one which is within the rails is this one, which is number 4. That has physics. All right, that's physics. The pressure is below 20%. It's not a winning position. It will not win. The 5 is the favorite. If we look at the 5, it's got one league race. It's got huge advantage given today for some reason. And if we look at the handicapping and the way the advantages has been distributed, so the highest advantages are with 7 and 12. All right. These are the 2 horses with highest advantage. But they've got like 53 races and 50 races and all that, and the score is not impressive. So they're like, that's what it is. Then the next set is here, where 9 and 13 comes in, out of which 9 is a performing horse with a lot of advantage. 13 has a lot of advantage. They are in good hands. 9 is suffering. I wouldn't say it's a dysfunctional team, but there's a problem. So but it's a good horse with numbers. If I have to choose one between 9 and 13, that would be 9, because of the advantage and the mathematics. If we even want to try and ignore the fact that they've been suffering, so 9 is the next one with the advantage. About 11 and 5, they are the next set, wherein 5 definitely has more advantage than 11. It's got a better jockey. It has been tried and tested here in this ground. There's a lot of advantage going on with 5. It's here. It's in good hands. A lot of stuff going on. But it's not the best fit. 4 is the only one with the physics that's there. 11. If we look at 9, that's gate number 10. That's tailing gate. 5 is 5, and then we'll have to take a look at the other neighboring gate, which is gate number 3. So the one that is left out is 11, which probably, I don't know. That pressure will not work. For winning 4-1-3, that's not going to work. That will not work. I don't think it will work. What will work is here. 5, 9, 13, out of which 9 is a performing one with the right advantages given, but it's a dysfunctional team. 5 is the next one. So ideally 5 should win. That's what it is, but we'll see, because there are other horses with more advantages. Whether they're performing, not performing, that doesn't matter. But here things are like that. That's 7. We seen what was the result in the last one? That 9. Okay, the 9 was a maiden horse with advantage. It had no races. It went through and it actually destroyed that 13, which had some very impressive numbers. But that, even that, it was 28%. It did not work. It just did not work. So it's a steep uphill. It's a very steep uphill. It'll not work like that. These horses are not in a winning position. It is absolutely disastrous the way things are, and I'm not sure. I am not going to put in money and we'll watch. This is a race that we can just watch and probably take our notes. I will not recommend getting involved. We are not at the best place. Frank, my friend, thank you for doing that. We are at a bad place, bad day. I've been out all the races. Don't like it here, don't want to be here, but that's what we have to deal with today, whether I like it or I don't. Araman 1913. 9 has substantial chances, Araman. 9 has substantial chances. I don't know about 1. 1 is a strong one, Araman. I'm going to be out. I'm not going to get into this. This track has always been very tricky. Tricky as in, I mean, you don't want to be here. We're at a bad place. Bottom line. It's a bad restaurant with bad food. That doesn't mean that we stop eating. We just change the restaurant.
With Format, who goes around and gets it. He was quite good there last start, quite dominant, winning over a similar distance there at goal. But so I prefer it over the other one, Format, and maybe you can make it 2 in a row.
4 War Ribbon, out and out stayer, deserves favouritism, you'd reckon, Keegan Latham, David Clark.
Yeah, it's 250 to
3 and 7, John.
Class 1 over 2100 metres, progressive type, building up a good record so far. 6 times the money out of 3. Draws nicely, she'll get the run of the race. Yes, I can see why he's favourite, and he looks the part as well.
5 Phillips Fur, back at the winners list. A good performance 2 runs ago. Went under costing for James Sponson.
Look, for a $21 chance, I think you can do worse and have something on these horse. He was really good winning in there at Warwick Farm 2 starts ago. And look, forget that last run, but he's still only beaten 3.6. He's proven at the distance. He's an 8 times winner. Yes, he's getting on in years, but some of these have still got to match his record.
The other Annabelle Lynch and Rob Archibald runner is 6 Presley. Good last start winner. Chet Schofield rides.
This is the one I've got on top, coming off that win last start over the 2,300 metres for all the Elvis fans, of course. This one has been building up a really good record now. He did run 4 behind for Vissamar there at Canberra a couple of starts.
I mean, if you look at the numbers on any of the other tracks, at a benchmark 58, we get approximately 70% pressure on the linears, 60%, 70% pressure on the linears. The minimum is about 50%. Here it is running at 16%.
$26.31 his last 3 starts.
Here it is running at 16%. They're purposely doing all that stuff.
Format's been crying out for the 2,400 metres. Sit back the game.
Well, they won the previous, and look, it can easily turn it around, but I thought it had its chance to over for now last start. It was too good for it there. Stayed very much in form. Only a lightweight over the longer distance, so yes, I can see why they like it.
10 Shadow Park can buy up, especially on a run effective track. Jason Collins, Jason Toyle.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this was the horse that was scratched from Wagga yesterday. Look, it's probably seen its best days, an 8-year-old now with the 5 wins and 19 placings, but okay there last day. But I think there's a few others ahead of it.
And 11 Hero Mania, Jeff Penzler and Davies.
So nice enough horse, got a pretty good record overall, nearing $100,000 in prize money, stays down in the weights. And if Jeff can just hold him up, he's had success on this horse in the past, hold him up and have the last crack, he might be able to run a place.
All right, Whitey, what are your numbers quickly before we head over to Muswellbrook?
Yeah, I've gone for the 6 on top, Presley. We'll go with the King on top. 6 Presley to win from the 7. City Limits, great each way bet. The 3 goes in there for Nao and the 8 format as well.
Yeah, 4 is good, but we spoke about 4, Lewis. It doesn't have the required assistance to do the right thing.
Third event on the program, benchmark 58 over 1,500 metres. One is Big Short, Wayne Brown, Jack Baker.
Thought he was very good last time out there in Armidale when finishing 3rd behind Mazida. He got back in the second half of the field and he was doing his best work late. Good draw today. I know he's got a big weight, but he does have some ability.
No, but best of luck, Lewis, if you're getting involved. I'm going to stay out.
This 5-year-old coming off a midfield effort there at Scone last time out behind Zakiro, gets a good draw here, perhaps a place chance.
On to Descending Miss, number 4, racing consistently for Sterling Osland.
Yeah, Descending Miss, this 4-year-old's coming off placing last time out at Armadale. Finishing second there behind Hallowed Sun. He's the kind of horse that can put himself up on top with the speed. Just needs a bit of luck early from an outside draw.
Number 5, Mellencamp, Alan Boyle, Donovan Dillon.
Well, we know he's going to be right up on top of the speed, as is his normal pattern. He boxed on pretty well at Armadale last start when fourth behind Hallowed Sun. That was 1900. Coming back to the 1500 metres today, a track where he's won before.
7 is Seething, Chuck third up, the Karen and Matty Owen.
I think there's a sense of timing with him. He's third up from a spell after a good placing at Grafton last start over the 1420 metres behind Key Legend. He has won third up his last 2 preparations.
Okay, so 8 is out on the 9. Tarset Neperu, top out, Michaela Weir.
Yeah, I've been a little bit disappointed with this filly. Early doors in her career, she did look like she had above average ability. She's just flattened out a touch. Disappointing over the mile at Scone last time out behind Zakiro, beaten a fair way.
11 is Corpsman, Jeremy Sylvester, Mitch Stapleford.
Yeah, she's got definite claims. The form was really good before last time out there at Port Macquarie. She's just a little bit one pace when finishing 7th behind All Hunky Dory, capable of better.
Number 12 is Manor Road for Gavin Groth and Jake Bracey home.
Coming off a win last time out in the benchmark 50 at Tamworth over the mile, covered extra ground and was much too strong. I think that win will give him confidence.
Little bit flash drawn in for Jeremy Gaskin, Sienna Grimer, number 13.
Yeah, just the one win from 14 starts. Has been placed on 3 occasions. Finished 5th at Scone behind Flying Argyle over the 1300 metres last start in what was an even effort.
Okay, that's a look at them ahead of the third event. Late scratch from Damascus Gate. That was the one that escaped the precinct and headed off with the Workers' Club into town where they managed to capture him. Late mail time, Mick, they're at the gates.
Yeah, I've had to alter my numbers a little bit here. I'm going to go 7, 5, 11, and we'll grab another number there in a moment. We'll throw in the 4, 7, 5, 11, and 4, putting Seething Chuck on top. I just think third run back from a spell, getting to 1,500 metres, a little bit of give in the track's going to really suit. You know Mellencamp's going to be hard to beat. He's got plenty of speed. He'll either lead or be up there in the first couple, and he'll keep on fighting on. 11 Corpsman's got some pretty good form this preparation. Perhaps a little bit disappointing last time out there at Port Macquarie, but we can be forgiving of that. And the other one that I've included is the 4 Descending Miss, who's just racing so consistently. Just needs a little bit of luck from an awkward draw. So 7, 5, 11 and 4.
235 at number 5, rather. Mellencamp is favourite. This market completely readjusted with Damascus Gate. The favourite was withdrawn earlier. The 11 second elect Corpsman at $6 down to 13. Little bit flash at 7. The other pair in single figures. Descending Mist is having consistent prep, $7.50 and $9.50 the other one here, and that is Need a Miracle, $15 and longer. The others set it up by Manor Road. The runners are at the start, and Kembla Grange is not that far away. In fact, their next race is 5 minutes off a jump. So at the gates here, in fact, the first couple have been loaded. But Kavanagh has had the first 2 winners in Deerville, and also the previous Warrior for Peace, didn't he, win impressively, showing a nice turn of foot, which brings us to the third and race 5 today. Mick will start the first leg of the quaddie as they work on Big Short. The attempts locking arms there.
Yeah, they're moving in quickly. Very well back, Mellencamp. Into $2.30. You know what you'll get with him. He'll be right up there on top of the speed, and this does look a suitable race.
Okay, so the readjusted late mail numbers 7, 5, 11 and 4. It looks like there is 3 left to load. Here, Kembla Grange will be hot on our heels as the new favourite Mellencamp goes into the gates for Alan Boyle and Donovan Dillon. Last one coming up. Let's go upstairs. Here's Ben for the serve.
Seething Chuck goes in. Descending Miss, the last one to go forward. And we're ready for a jump. Race number 3. 1,500 metres. The red light has been turned on. Mellencamp heavily trying to win. The light blue, red and yellow colours. Ready. Big Short just not quite right. Lieutenant in with it at the moment, trying to assist the rider. Rider just getting his irons right. Jack Baker. And we might be right this time. The light still blinks on the barrier. Signals being given. Starter hits the button, they're off. And after all that, Big Short was very slow to leave her. Little Bit Flash was fast away and going forward in the early stages as Need a Miracle. Now Mellencamp sprouted out 3 wide, trying to get a position as they go to the first turn. Seething Chuck in fourth. There's no speed on here. Then Descending Mist being passed by Corpsman on the outside. Tarset, Neferu, Banner Road. And after the slow beginning, Big Short is back at the rear of the field. Top of the track they run. Little Bit Flash, 3/4 Need a Miracle. 2 away to Mellencamp. Getting in now. 1 away from the rail. Third, 3/4 away. Seething Chuck. A length to Corpse for a length and a half. Descending Mist over on the railer. Then came further back Tarset, Neferu, Banner Road, and Big Short at 2.5 away at the rear. Down the side, Little Bit Flash led by half a length. Creeping closer on the outside was Need a Miracle. Mellencamp close enough, if good enough in third, covering Seething Chuck the rail. Then Corpsman, Descending Mist a little bit worse than midfielder. 3/4 Tarset, Neferu at the 600. Then Banner Road just shoved along. And 2 away last was Big Short at the point of the turn. The leader is Little Bit Flash from on the outside. Need a Miracle. Mellencamp ready to strike on the outsider. Seething Chuck threading the needle. Then came getting to the outside. Corpsman, Tarset, Neferu, and Descending Mist goes back to the cutaway. 250 to go. Little Bit Flash in front. Let a length to on the outside. Need a Miracle. Mellencamp joining in. Then Corpsman and Descending Mist can't win. Little Bit Flash at the 100-metre marks. Going great guns though. And Little Bit Flash won by a length and a half. Mellencamp. Maybe Corpsman third. Miracle. Further back to Descending Mist had every possible opportunity. Seething Chuck. Then came Tarset, Neferu, Manor Road, and Big Short.
Frank, 4 doesn't look bad. I'll explain this. What's going on, Frank? So you see, the four is the linear, the only linear, but it is not under a kind of a situation where it can actually win. It's below 20%. It's not a winning position. To win, you need more than, you need a substantial amount of pressure, but definitely not less than 20%. It has to be more. It has to be more. It cannot be less than 20%. That is an EW. That's an EW. So is 1. That's that's where it is. The 5 is in good position. The 5 is in good position, but it I don't know whether it'll work. It has the advantage, but it lacks physics. 9, on the other hand, has a little bit of physics advantage. All that is there, but it's a more or less dysfunctional team. So the 9 has advantage if that team doesn't default today. 9 has advantage if that team doesn't default, but this is all assumptions. Not a great thing going on. Not a great thing. This is not good racing. This is absolutely disastrous horses. These are, and what I have started doing is, since I lost all the track data, I started generating the track data from the artificial intelligence. So this is DeepSeek, and when I use the prompt to figure out what's the track is all about, it says that it is a significant uphill at the last 400 meters. So that's why the ones with the advantages are getting through, not the linears. And the linears are being sabotaged. Like here, the 13 was at 28%. It did not do anything. It came in 4th. Here, it is at 16%. What are we expecting out of this? $13, $5, $11, $3. What is that, John? John's bet. I think John has put in money on all the 4 horses. 13, 5, 11, 3. Arman 11 Kembla. Race 3 result. We raced. Okay. I missed out. 13, 5, 11 and 3. No, Frank, so, the thing is, we all have the same information. When we look at the race card, you and I have the same information. But what I do is I look at the mathematical representation of that. I look at the mathematical and the scientific representation of that. I mean, I'm the kind of a person who looks for physics in everything. I've been that's exactly what my subject is. That's what I do. I look for numbers, and if I do not get substantial support from the numbers, I like to stay out, and that's where we are today. So that 13 won. Why? If you look at what's going on, the 4 was at 16%. There is no pressure on that 4. That 4 is not in a position to win. 5 lacks physics. It has advantage, and we spoke about 9 and 13 both. 13 had the highest advantage. Out of, if you look at these two horses, they had 53 races and 54 races and all that. That 13 and the 9, the 9 was a dysfunctional team, so it flunked. The 9 with the advantage flunked because it is a dysfunctional team. These owners are morons. That's all. The owners, the stud farms, they do not look at the numbers. They do not work methodically. So that 13 went through with the advantage. So that will not work today here. Plus, they are not putting pressure on the linears. The best horses, they are sabotaging those horses. Four. 13, 7, 10 and 14. Scratched. 6, 5, 1 and 11.
Stable at Mackay, Talia Finland to right gate, 557.5 kilos. Nice mare. I thought her last couple of runs have been very, very good. She chased home Our Folly. She looked the winner here last start at Townsville over 1200. I think she's well placed today. 6 is She's Beautiful from the Liliana McCormack stable. Isabella Taylor, right gate 2, 56 kilos. It's up the 4 runs back, couple of runs up this way, just not doing it.
Arman, all
7 is Raffy's on the Sarah Cornley stable at Townsville.
Townsville.
Right gate 4, 55 kilos for Live by Speed. Placed at home hill, 4 back. Yeah, just struggling recent runs to be hard to have here. We'll go to the 8, Elizabethan from the Scott Seymour stable at Townsville. Nathan Thomas to right gate 1 on the minimum. Mare by Press Statement. She's been battling away. She's had 13 career starts, yet to trouble the place getters. And the 9 to round them out is Missing de Croix from the Kayla Russell stable at Townsville. Jason Taylor to right gate 3 on the minimum. Mare by Winning Rupert. She was placed at Home Hill last start, but she'd need to bring her best form for this. That's a look at them as they head to the gates for race 2 at Townsville. Very good support coming for the 5 Talk of Dreams, 280 into 225 today, 3 March Madness, 225 out to 320, then the Imperial Blossom, 950 into 550. Race 2 at Townsville, a Maiden over 1400. I thought it was the best of the day. 5, 3, 2 and 4, 5 Talk of Dreams. Good run here last start behind Our Folly, had the race shot the bits. I think the 1400's ideal now, fit well and should be rolling right on speed. Looks very, very hard to beat. Best on the program for me. 5 Talk of Dreams over the 3 March Madness. I think he'll win one, but gee, he can take a lot of time. He's had 14 starts yet to break through. Chased bravely last start, but he'll need to be on his best behaviour and get on his bike early. 2 Miss Comanici's a chance here. She hasn't had a lot of luck last couple. And the 4 Clyde, best of the rest. 5, 3, 2 and 4. 5 is special for me. Ignore those numbers. That's not right. 5, 3, 2 and 4. 5 best bet. And it is well back into 220. Favourite for Talk of Dreams from 280. Easy to March Madness. 225 out to 340. Not much happening with much else. It was a nibble there for Imperial Blossom that started to ease up now, and then the 2 Miss Comaneci. Some money at a price for the 7 Raffy's Girl, open 34, 13 this morning into 10. Here's Tony Woad for the 2nd at Townsville.
Talk of Dreams, the run favourite here over March Madness. Gates are back, they're off and running and a good level dispatch, and She's Beautiful broke the line first and is quickly taken on in the early stages by Missing de Quo on the outside. Talk of Dreams is up to 3rd, a little bit wider. Then came Miss Comaneci over on the inside. 2 lengths further back was Rampy's Girl, then Cloud 8. March Madness gets back in the field then, followed by Imperial on the inside, Imperial Blossom, and it's Miss Comaneci going back to last. It's Elizabethan up running about 4th, off the back straight now. 900 to go, and out in front She's Beautiful by a length now to Talk of Dreams, and 2.5 lengths is Missing de Quo and Elizabethan. About 3 lengths to Rampy's Girl, followed by Cloud 8. March Madness starting a run, and then came further back was Miss Comaneci trying to jump onto its back, and back as they come up towards the home turn. Imperial Blossoms last of all. 500 metres left to go. They've gone pretty quickly here, and Talk of Dreams now works up very quickly to dash to the front and gets away from She's Beautiful, Missing de Quo. They will follow next by Elizabethan. March Madness coming out wide with Rampy's Girl next. Talk of Dreams has got a big break, and down to the 250 out by about 3 lengths. Running second, Rampy's Girl. March Madness makes ground from Miss Comaneci to Talk of Dreams with a big break. About 2.5 in front. Rampy's Girl's running a race at odds. In front, Talk of Dreams. Rampy's Girl's cutting it down in the closing stages. Rampy's Girl looms up, hits the front. Rampy's Girl gets in by 3/4 of a length from Talk of Dreams and Miss Comaneci 3rd. They were followed next home by Imperial Blossom. March Madness, they left it in again, and further back was Elizabethan, and well back in the field was Cloud 8 from She's Beautiful, and Missing de Quo's the last one home. So Raffy's Girl,
7.
support for it from longer odds into
Right, this is what's going on in the 4th one. It's a 1000-meter maiden. All right. That one is the linear. That one is the linear. Now, it's a good horse. It's the linear. The pressure is good on this horse. I don't know if this is adequate for the steep that they have. That, that will require me to work on that ground and get the right numbers, what will work basically. But it has adequate. If we look at the other races, there's a 16%, 28%. It did not work. This is the highest. This is the highest so far that we have gotten. That's about 48% pressure on this on the linear, which is not bad. That one is good, but the problem is it's a 1000 meter and it is going to come from gate number 12. That's the extreme end. So for 1,000 meter, that's not the gate. For 1,000 meter, that's not the gate to be. That's a bad place. The pressure is adequate, but the place is not. If we look at the, it's a maiden race. So if we look at the EW positions that are here with these two horses, 8 and 4, which is 4 is tailing gate, 12 and 13. And if we look at the dysfunctionality of their teams, they're like at the pinnacle of anything. This is like the 67% drifting. They're the right example of what a mismanagement is. So they kind of there. This is there. This is there. That's what it is. If we look through the advantages, where the advantages are, so the 5 they have, which is a neutral, it's not in a winning position. Plus, if you look at the pressure on this horse, is absolutely disastrous. It cannot win. 6, the other one they have is a drift that they have. It has advantage, but it is a colt. Both of them are colts. The only one that has some potential in this is probably 11. This horse, it has a good jockey, comes from the midfield. If we look at the number of horses, that's 11, that's midfield. So it comes from the midfield with a good jockey and substantial advantage out of the performing horses. The others are here, which are there, but that's what is there. The other one that can be taken into consideration is the 15, which is again tailing with this. So these are all EW positions. The 15 is also tailing 12. It's a 3-year-old gelding. It's probably in the best hands here out of all this that is going on. This one is probably in the best hands. It also has a very good jockey with a very, very strong advantage. So a good jockey advantage is something workable. This one, 11, is the same thing. This 11 is a performing horse, so there's advantage on this horse. Out of all these horses that we can see here, this one has the highest, and it has both sides of the rails, which means the physics is also there because it is coming from midfield. So it has both sides of the rails. It'll not have tractions, and it is like that, but they are also like that. So it's a hopeless situation. Two ran well, but the jockey is a moron. So that's exactly what I'm trying to figure out. I mean, why all of a sudden they turn into morons? Because the thing is this, Adam, and if the horses are handicapped, so are the jockeys. It's all about the weights. It's all about the weights, and it doesn't matter how fractional differences are there, but they do work as advantage and disadvantage on horses and jockeys both. I'm going to be out. 11 has chances, 15 has a lot of advantage going on, but I'm not going to get into it. The 1 is the linear. I don't know if that thing will work. That's the highest we have seen so far in terms of advantage given to a linear. It's a maiden race, and that's what it is. It's with a good jockey. All that is there, but it comes from gate number 12. That's not the place to be.
In the Group 1 Coolmore Classic, she opened a $6 pre-nominations favourite when markets went up back in January. $4 after a big win first up, $2.50 after an even bigger win second up. But then doubt set in. Would she run in the Coolmore Classic or would she run in the Far Lap Stakes? She became a $3.50 all-in favourite on Monday, then decision made on Wednesday. $2.80 favourite for the Coolmore Classic and a big firm now into a current $2.20 price. Let's have a look at her last start win. This one in the Group 1 Surround Stakes. It was J-Mac, perfect as always. He found the one out, one back there in the green and red colours. She had the back of Lady of Camelot, who had to do a bit of work. She sat outside the lead. She was very, very brave. Manal, another horse to keep an eye on. She was 3 and 4 wide the trip. She battles on quite well. But the two out in front, they clear out. They run very, very fast time, almost breaking the track record for the Randwick 1400 metres. So that was a really good performance heading in to the Coolmore Classic. She's so likeable, Lady Shenandoah. She's building a phenomenal record. But every horse has their price. $2.20, the current price to me, I think is unders. I'm pretty sure we'll bet you a bigger price there on Saturday. I'm expecting there'll be money for Lady of Camelot, who wasn't far behind her. Amelia's Jewel also will be popular with punters. So if you want to have a bet, tab.com.au, your place to go, or log on the app.
Six, 3, 5. I'm sorry for this, Arman. I did not want to be here. I did not want to be at Kemla either. But those were the two only options that I had. This is absolutely not desired. I try to get the best of the tracks that we can race, but at times I don't have the feed.
Race number 4 here on the program at Muswellbrook. This is a Supermate plate with $50,000 and it is over the 1,000 metres. Let's have a look at them. Annie Rock, number 1, is second up from a break for Ray Hartley and Mick Hegarty.
Well, he's got to be a great chance. He's only had the 2 starts for 2 good placings. Debuted down there in Victoria at Moe over 1,017 metres. Led the market, just found one better on the day in Chinquay. Has since changed stables with Ray Hartley now, and I thought it was a tidy effort at Armadale. Having his first run in the area, again, showed really good speed and was gunned down by Northern Boogie. If he can overcome this awkward draw, he's got to be a good hope.
It's after Northern Boogie. On to Leo Cho we go, number 2, Benal Boland and Sienna Grimer.
7-year-old, I was waiting for it. So 34 starts for 3 minor placings. One of those placings was 2 back at Gilgandra when finishing second there behind Zillions. Finished last at Mudgee in the most recent run in what was a pretty moderate maiden. I think we're looking to others.
Number 3 is Master and Commander. John Bannister combining with Billy Thompson.
Well, this fellow was over the odds. He wasn't too far off them there at Hawkesbury on the 12th of February when finishing 4th behind Our Little Star. And then last time out went around a small field at Mudgee and finished 4th behind Norwest, only beaten 2 3/4 lengths. Gets the inside gate here and a nice claim. I think he can give some cheek.
Number 4 is the debutant Holly Moses for Kenny Lantry and Chelsea Hillier.
Yeah, trials have been okay. 3-year-old by Divine Profit out of a Northern Meteor mare. I suspect he'll probably get better once he gets out over a little further than the 1,000 metres.
Knock me out, he's right.
Yeah, that 15 has...
Sterling Osland.
15 has the best team. But it is also coming from a very wide gate. That's a support to 1 actually. because
behind Regal Tycoon last time out.
it's an EW position, Frank. It is not in a position to win. It needed way more physics than what it has.
It's having a good day at the office, and this one that
I'd like the one to win. You know, it has adequate pressure on this one. It's a linear. It's a 1,000 meter, but it's a weird gate. It's coming from gate number 12 with that kind of a weight. It's very tricky. The jockey is smart. If he plays well, then the one wins. The jockey has to take a very, very smart call at the 600, before the 600 meter marker. This horse cannot look back. One cannot look back. If one looks back, then it is done. Over. One has to run like nobody's business.
23 stones with 5 minor plates. It's finished fourth. It's going behind Chickadell Mar last time out. It was beaten less than a length. I thought she was open to further improvement here.
On to the 11 we go. Samita, but Peter Engelbrett and Donovan Dillon.
I've got her in the mix. Comes through that Chickadell Mar race. It's going last start over the 1,000 metres. She's got good speed. She should be able to utilise that today from a
11 is a grey now. It's a 1,000 meter and that's a grey. That's a hopeless situation. I don't know whether it will do. Greys are good at 1,400 meters, 1,600 meter, 1,700 meter even. 1,000 meter, difficult.
Who's had one race start here at Muswellbrook on a soft 6 track, going back to the 3rd of May last year, and was beaten around 10 lengths by Don't Forget Jack. Trialled up okay at Scone recently, finishing 3rd behind Supreme Style. Perhaps he's strengthened up over the break.
Man, it looks beautiful. The 15 looks beautiful. 15 looks beautiful.
In terms of market order, not me out.
I hope it gets that place.
Is a 3-year-old colt, formerly trained in Victoria. Now it's Sterling Olson, who's over there now with Mick.
Oh, he looks like a nice colt, only lightly raced. What are your expectations today?
Look, I thought it looked like a nice race for him. Obviously, not eligible for any of these country-only races, which is a lot of these thousands around. So we're probably sort of dictated to about how many options we had. This is one of them. He's obviously got heaps of speed. It's a bit sticky here, but it's 1,000 metres this track. There's only one corner. You can probably sit a little bit deep and not be in too much trouble. So, look, like I said, he's got good speed. We got him pretty much straight off that run. I think he left Melbourne the day after that last run. So we got him for a couple of weeks, settled him well. Just a nice horse. He's got good speed. I think he should be able to sort of get away from that tricky gate. It'll be a nice first up run for us.
Oh, we wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Really, Sterling Olson as they get around at the start with Knock Me Out. Just having a look back through the earlier races here, Mick. Viewville led them up in the first event. Race number 2, Worry for Peace, was just behind them. In race number 3, that was a little bit flashy, was up on speed. But I don't know why they're making a lot of ground here at this early stage.
Look, I wouldn't be too worried. I think in that previous event they did walk in front, which probably gave those on speed a little bit of an advantage. And also the little bit flash who was able to stack them up and then dash away. Mellencamp was on speed as well. They finished in the top 2. In the second event, we saw Warrior for Peace come from well off the speed, but looks well above average, so might have been able to win despite any sort of pattern against. And the first event was won by Viewville, who was on speed from gate number 1 and proved too strong. Rathoran made good late ground in that race. So look, I wouldn't be worrying too much at this early stage. My late mile numbers are 6, 5, 11 and 9, putting Naftali on top. I think he's a really nice colt. I remember one day, I think it might have been at Scone, he was backed into favouritism, ran into so many dead ends. He was something licked that day. So he's probably a bit unlucky not to have got off the mark already. His run before the break was good behind Dravid here at Muswellbrook back in July last year. Finished second that day on a rain-affected track. He's had a couple of quiet trials leading in. I thought he might be able to get away with it. Knocking out's the Query, the former Victorian, who showed really good speed and a couple of runs at Pakenham. Now with Sterling Osland, who we caught up with just moments ago. I think this is a nice kick-off point for him. His last run down there in Victoria was only on the 27th of February, so he'd be nice and fit. 11 Samita rode the speed, went third to Chickadell Mar at Scone over the 1,000 metres last start, continues to improve. And another horse that came out of that same race, 9 Atoka. I know he's had plenty of chances, but was fourth to Chickadell Mar at Scone last start. Wasn't beaten all that far. Returns to the home track here, 6, 5, 11 and 9.
Now, I think the favourites throw the shoe here in Naftali over there behind the gate. So we're just awaiting, I think, for the farrier to come over. I'm pretty sure twisted a shoe, which has now come off. So we're just waiting for news in terms of Naftali. He's into odds on, so 290 into 195 has been back virtually to the exclusion of all others here. 340 out to $6 second leg goes Knock Me Out. $8 Any Rock, who was a $6 chance earlier today. And of course, race 5 will kick off the quaddie. So I think we're just waiting for the barrier to come over and tend to the favourite here.
Yeah, I'm surprised that he's been such a well-backed commodity, Naftali. I thought even though I've got the horse on top, and I thought this was a really nice race for him. I thought he was probably around the right price, about that $2.80, $3 mark, given that he has been off the scene for quite some time, and there's every chance he could be vulnerable. I suppose he's had a pretty good grounding with a couple of recent trials. The Brett Kavanagh stable's very much in form, though.
Right, we might go to the Kembla Yard. The barrier hasn't started work yet, so we'll get a bit of the yard in, and their next is not far away as we go back to Jason and White.
Okay, but fourth race of the day. This is a Maiden plate. It's over 1,200 metres. We're going to start with one of the chances here. Whitey, number 1, Mission Gold. Nice debut here, Chad Schofield, Joe Pride.
Yeah, I have it on top, and was you said a pretty solid effort here on debut. Draws the inside, and I think that's going to be a big advantage here. And I like it today. 2 baby-faced assassins, debutant Molly Burke, Gary Portelli.
AW 3 and 9. This is the thing that they did last time. They were showing the paddock, and then they switched to Kembla Grange, and we went berserk. I missed the race. I don't even know when they did.
At the Olympics. Number 3, G was brave last start.
They should be showing Muswellbrook. They're now showing Kembla Grange. For what joy?
Really good chance off the back of that sticks here. I can see why you like him, Joe. 6 Uncle Barry, Grant Buckley, Mitch Beer. Yeah, I it's just kept improving a little bit with every run. Probably just have to step it up a little bit to show up here. The present time, he's a $16 chance, but a win's not far away. Number 7, Zoocratic, Reece Jones, Joe Bright. Yeah, by the great Zoo, star race by Hancock's race.
Come
What
on.
I like about this horse as well, it's a $12 chance at the present time. It'll take benefit out of the run. 9 Kilbady looks the likely leader. Only Lucas for Amanda Turner. Yeah, hard assignment for it though. That was a fairly ordinary performance there last start. It's had a few runs in now, but would need to lift.
10 So You Start, J. Ford, Matthew Smith.
Yeah, another one who's just kept improving a little bit. Its last start effort was pretty good, and look, I could see why there's a little bit of support for it. At the present time, it's out to $17, but you could do worse.
13 Zephyrine, handy debut, Tommy Berry, Chris Wallace.
Yeah, this horse is by Zeus Sane, having its second start, but gets the blinkers on for the first time. Should show a lot of improvement out of that latest effort, so I have included it in my numbers.
So last 2 to get ready. Holy Moses.
Okay, that's Muswellbrook.
Break knock about to bring the favourite up. Naftali, French half in those yellow with the purple colours.
Yep. We got the feed. We are here. About to jump. Let's see.
Racing now. Naftali began okay. It's back in the second half of the field. Wanavan won the start out wide. Sabina drives through underneath Eda. Not far away, Knock Me Out. Then Lee Hay Joe, followed by French Half. Next in the field as they come down the side was Scoot and Boot on the outside then of going forward Naftali. Just ahead of those was Master and Commander. Then came a Toka. Scoot and Boot now drops back to second last. And back at the rear of the field as they come down the side towards the home turner was Holy Moses, about 15 off the lead. Around the turn, Wanavan from Master and Commander. Out wide on the track is Knock Me Out. Then came Any Rock starting to join in as well. Where's Naftali? It's just behind them. They're on the inside with 200 metres left to go. Wanavan just in front from Any Rock out wide. Knock Me Out. Naftali is just behind them with 3 lengths to make up. Atoka's down the outside, but Any Rock struck the lead with 100 to go. Any Rock in front from Wanavan and Any Rock.
15 got through the... Did you get the 15?
wasn't far off them. Then came Master and Commander at Toka. Then came French Harp, followed by Holy Moses, Lehigh Joe Sabita. Scoot and Boot was last.
Number 1 is the winner, Any Rock.
1.
1 of them. Stand by for third, 1:15 in the photo. We're 3 or 4 minutes out from Ken LaGrange.
1 and wow, something happened with the 15. I know. They said
$1.45 now. Matt, really well bred gelding, and he showed he's got some talent with that fighting second last time.
Yeah, he sure did. He was excellent first run at Rose Hill and just still quite green. Sort of raw horse, mentally probably got plenty to learn. He's got the ability, he just needs to learn to contain his energy a little bit. But lovely, strong horse, and his work's been good, and he'll be right in it today for sure.
You like that? Lightly raced and obviously still learning, but you like to see them fight back like you did the other.
For sure, he really didn't know much about it the other day until the other horse really got up sides and headed him, and then he fought back strong and just only
congratulations, Frankie. I was out. I think the 1 won. 1 should. I mean, the only problem with 1 was the gate. Otherwise, the pressure was adequate on that horse. 48% on a maiden race, and they're putting 15% on a benchmark 55. You see what they're doing? That one with 48%, that was the only hope that I had out of the entire thing. And this was a benchmark 58. It's a 16%. This one was a maiden with a 28%. Here, the class 1 had 38%. So that's the only one that actually worked here. And the 15.
Best back runner, Jace. Yeah, he did $1.40 from 280 open $1.50, and they just keep putting it on. And it looks
I think 1 got it.
Performance. There's not much support for anything else. Although Mission Gold had shooted at 380 from 480, and then just back out to $4. They're the main ones that have trimmed up. The ones that are on the trip to Socratic, it's 10s out to 14s. So you start 15s out to 23s, and Zephyrina gets the blinkers first times 9.50 to 13. So all one-way traffic, nice and firm. Our favourite $1.40.
I ended up putting him in market order, Whitey, in 3, 1, 13 and 7. Just couldn't find anything else to beat this favourite. And really, I think it is the market's got this right. So pretty well spot on. Mighty BB coming up to this right.
It is not. It is not a great day today. Queen would have been good. The 15 got second.
Today, after riding into the right second to a Group 2 place get a last derby, rides here in the Maiden, here over 1,200 metres down in grade. So lots of tips for Lyles, Mission Gold. I thought was a nice.
It'll take at least 15 days to X-ray this track. It'll take about. We don't have that much time. It'll take about 15 days to. 1:15, 5 and 9. 1:15, 5 and 9.
Certainly looked a good multi-builder for the afternoon, Mighty.
Yeah, probably does, Jace. Yeah, they look the main two. We're just on opposite ends here. At 1-3 in the market, certainly displays that way. Doesn't it? 28 seconds off the start. I think $1.33 now, Lyle. So nice and short. We've got a couple of horses here on debut that aren't fancied off their trials or in the market, but really the market's pretty clear, 3 and 1. So we might head up to Luke for his call of race number 4.
Of course, his namesake is pretty fast. Miles, what a good champion.
1:15, 5 and 9.
Virgin, fourth Virgin. Expected to be going close to a gold medal here. Here comes Socratic.
You know, I think we'll have to step up our game. We'll have to do. You can't go to heaven without dying. We'll have to die first. We'll have to do that hard work of X-raying each and every track before we race. We gotta do that.
Baby Face Assassin walks into the barrier stalls and we're ready to run. Lyles, all the rage, 1,200 metres. Racing.
Miss Kembla.
Line. Lyles was the first out, the favourite, and he's looking for the lead. Handy Mission Gold. Also up there was Zephyrin in the early part, out wide on the track, rolling forward, Kilbarty, and deeper and working forward there as well was Zoo Craddock looking for a position, settling down. Lyles has got the front. He's a half length in front of Kilbarty going to second. Mission Gold behind. Then Zephyrin in fourth. Zoo Craddock slotting in midfield now, followed by back behind them So You Star. Uncle Barry on the rails, and back last of all was Baby-Faced Assassin. It's the hot pot Lyles. He comes past the 500 metres, leading by half a length Kilbarty. Mission Gold. Zephyrin on the outside, easing out early in the straight. Lyles held together. Mission Gold just had to weave around there to get into the clear. He's a length and a half off Lyles, who is given his cue now, and Lyles is in front. Mission Gold 2 lengths away. Zephyrin the outside, 150 metres to go. Lyles is in front. He's clear of Mission Gold, who's green in second. And Lyles is going well, 75 metres to go.
Tomorrow is stacked. Yes, we've got Rose Hill tomorrow. I think some of the best races coming up at Rose Hill tomorrow.
Followed in by Uncle Barry.
Alright, we'll go.
So You Star.
Yes, a lot of racing tomorrow. We'll see. We'll go the next 5.
To everything everybody thought after that run there. At,
4 and 12 scratched.
A really good effort out of Marauders on board, and Mission Gold run second. Baby-Faced Assassin's got a nice race in the third.
2167.
It's Matthew Smith for the train run. Live up to the height, and certainly very, very strong through the line as well here over 1,200 metres. And Matt's going to come over and have a chat to us in just a moment when we spot him, and we'll get his thoughts on the progression of this fella as well. But Whitey, that was quite the performance there of Lyles. He's pretty good.
Yeah, he was. I thought second odds was good. He wanted to drift around a bit, so with a pretty safe Cornella, as the market did suggest, but I thought he was quite good there. But
Last week was good, Frank.
I thought he was quite good, Lyles, there in getting the job done. That's his first win now from what he's only had the 3 starts so far. He's an Exceed and Excel and a pretty handy horse to go with it. So he's got a bright future, but I think the second horse is certainly worth watching as well, Mission Gold. So our dividends there, $1.40 for Lyles, Mission Gold $1.30. It was a pretty safe Cornella, wasn't it, at $2.20. Baby-Faced Assassin, good run on debut at $4.60, as we mentioned. This horse on Reliably Told, named after Les Boyd, who's over Cootamundra Way. I hope you tune in and watch that lesson. I thought Zephyrin was an improved run with the blinkers on for the first time. So 3, 1, 2 and 3rd.
Alright, this is what I have for the 5th one. It's a class 1, okay? If we look at the pressure points, 7, 1 and 3. That's the pressure point. All of them are neutral horses. And that is not a great thing to look at. If we look at the advantages, then 2 has the highest advantage, which is the favorite, I think. 2 has the highest advantage with one of the best jockeys. This should work. 2 has the highest advantage, and then if we look at what's going on, the other one, which is a possibility, is this one. Let's not get there, but 2 is the favorite. 2 has the highest advantage with one of the best jockeys. This should work. It'll unnecessarily get complicated. The top 3 horses in the class 1 has been absolutely sabotaged. That's 7, 1, 3. They're not in a winning position. They probably will get a place. 1 is like 47% drifting out. So I don't know if that team is going to be working. If we look at what are the other options we have, is this is gate number 3, so we'll take a look at gate number 2 or gate number 4. So that's number 3, gate number 4. It's a good horse, lacks physics, not in a winning position, but a EW probably, maybe, I don't know. It's in good hands. 7 and 3 are both in good hands. The other one which is possible is $738. This one, 6. Six and 3 are possibilities, but two is the right favorite. There is no other option. 2 is the right favorite. This one is with the highest advantage. If we look through the handicapping, this one is with the highest advantage, with one of the best jockey. Best jockey as in, it's a good match. The jockey may not be the top rated, but it's a good match. This jockey is supposed to ride a horse like this. And these are the jockeys which are on 1, 3 and 11, which are probably in worst position today. So that brings in 5 with the other jockey, which is gate number 12, which is a 5-year-old mare. This is the other jockey. Advantage is there, but 11 has more advantage, has a better gate. It has also been tested here in this ground, not at the same distance. The distance has been tested with 2, but not at this ground. But it has advantage. 2 is good. 2 should win. We'll see. Two is good. I'm going to be out. I'm not going to get into it.
Track will be perfect for him, and definitely a knockout chance. That's a look at them from the mountain. Race 3 at Townsville. Short price favourite, the 5 Sweet Kisses, $1.75 to $1.70 today. The 1 Northern Pride, he got out to 360s, back into 3.
And I think they'll give the favourite in this one. So far, they have not given any favourite. This is probably the first favourite that will work.
Rolling through intermittently here for Townsville. This is race 3. It's an open over 1,400 metres. My numbers 5, 2, 1 and 7. I'm with the favourite, the 5 Sweet Kisses. I just think even though he'll ride a kilo over at 55, she gets in well.
The only thing that needs to happen, that 2 doesn't need to get tailed.
Townsville, and she looks to be the one that
Man, so many conditions.
She's pretty classy. Sweet Kisses, I've got her on top. They're 2 inching closer.
There's so many conditions there.
Loves to get his toe into the ground. 1,400
freaking 50 channels to look into, and then the horse doesn't need to get tailed.
Sweet Kisses here last time they met, so almost a couple of kilos worse off, but he's definitely in the mix because he has some class. And the 7 Mystery and Magic, I thought on his day he can run a cheeky race, but he'll need to be at his very best. 5, 2, 1 and 7 are my numbers. Favourite Sweet Kisses.
It's probably easier to do a death job.
The 1 Northern Pride on the back up from Mackay the other day, 360 into 330.
Bring me something to type.
Off and running now.
And Sweet Kisses broke very quickly. Reggie's Boy began nicely and inching closer, going up to race Handy. They were followed by Devil Kick. Northern Pride is out to be wide. Jock looking for a spot, and back behind those Mystery and Magic and Miss Seattle's last of all. Sweet Kisses ambling along the back straight at her own pace. Leads by 2, inching closer, who wants to overdo it a bit. A length and a half to Reggie's Boy and Devil Kick. There is no speed on. Northern Pride 3 wide and back at the tail of the field with Mystery and Magic and Miss Seattle splits them. Coming off the back, Sweet Kisses getting a perfect run in front. 2 clear from inching closer as they work up to the 800. On the outside, Reggie's Boy, the jockey, getting a bit anxious now, not happy with that speed, and he's going up to pressure the leader. 2 lengths further back to Devil Kick as they quicken up from Mystery and Magic. Northern Pride back second last, and he's got a lot of work to do. And 3 lengths away at the tail of the field is Miss Seattle. Up to the corner, Sweet Kisses the leader, about a neck in front of Reggie's Boy. 2 lengths away, inching closer, about to try and clear the fence. Then came Devil Kick, and further back Northern Pride under a hard ride from Mystery and Magic. Sweet Kisses down to the 250, leads a half length. Reggie's Boy the outside sticking on, and then came inching closer, followed by Devil Kick. Northern Pride, it's Sweet Kisses in front. She's about a half to a length in front, given a crack with the whip from Reggie's Boy, and Sweet Kisses down to the line, wins it by 3/4. Reggie's Boy stuck on well for second and third, inching closer, and then a gap behind those two. Devil Kick a good run, looking for further, and then came Miss Seattle. Northern Pride, just nothing broke right for him, and last of all is Mystery of Magic.
Yeah, she was too good, wasn't she? Sweet Kisses under Justin Stanley. Reggie's Boy wanted to make a race of it, but the class prevailed in the end, and she was able to just kick strong to win. Unbeaten here now, 4 goes at the track and trip, and she has not been defeated. To his credit, Reggie's was good. He really tried to serve it up to her coming to the corner, and then he tried to stick on, but she's got gears, and she was able to kick strongly to win. But his run was good. The second place getter, Reggie's Boy, 2 inching closer. Well, he loves this sort of track and ground, and to his credit, he fought hard to the line to run third. And we'll stand by for fourth. But Northern Pride, he didn't have a lot of luck in the run. He's probably maybe headed for a little let-up, Tommy Button said, and come back for some bigger races during the spring. The Devil's Kick, the 3 has run 4. So numbers 5, 6, 2 and 3 in the end. Sweet Kisses proved too good for them, and she takes out the third at Townsville. Keeps a very good record at Townsville in play. So all honest, the winner, Sweet Kisses, but a good run the second horse, Reggie's Boy. That's race 3 at Townsville. Run and 1. We will take a short break on Sky Thoroughbred Central. On the other side, Gavin Carmody, Mickey Wallace with race 5 at Muswellbrook.
Talking about Jones Flake. Well, minute now.
Welcome back to Sky Thoroughbred Central. We're up to race number 5 to kick off the first leg of the quaddie here this afternoon. Class 1 over the 900 metres. This is trackside at 270 is the favourite. Strand Care 380, 550 our Emily. We've got Dame Annie there at $6 with Hero. Rounds out the next line of betting, and it is a $7.50 chance. Let's have a look at the Nick. We start with Strand Care, looking for back-to-back victories. And Nick Palmer takes 4 off for Brett Kavanagh.
Well, if he's turning up this afternoon in the same form that he was last start there at Scone, he's going to be very hard to beat. I thought his maiden win was very, very good. It was over the 900 metres. He showed good speed. He just kept on trucking. Defeated the and the Toker. So a bit of a gap between runs. A bit of a sticky gate, but I think he's got the speed to offset that. And that Nick Palmer claim is certainly going to help.
On at number 2, here's the favourite, Mr. Trackside for Paul Perry and Aaron Bullock.
Well, he's an interesting horse. He hasn't won for a long time. But
Wait, Frank, wait. Don't push the button.
Pretty deep benchmark 64.
Wait.
Last start went a bit behind Stratify. I didn't get a lot of room to move in the
Who should win?
3 lengths, but it did stalk the speed here. I can see why he's been
But I just want to explain one thing.
to Tari in a maiden when sent out a short price favourite. Prior to that, had finished second behind Shervington to Wyong. So he's in really good form at the moment. And
So anyway, 2 is not getting tailed. So the thing is, I had a thing that I was trying to figure out about the neutral horses. Now, the only explanation that I can understand is we spoke about this during one of the races. So when I pushed in that prompt on Deep Seek today to figure out the track, and it says it's a significant uphill. Now, so the laws of physics, how they work basically is, let's say you have a neutral car. If you're going downstream, you will have momentum. You do not have to put the car in gear, but it'll take a substantial amount of momentum. It has to be a downhill. So a neutral horse in a downhill has advantage. Today, it is not a downhill, it is an uphill. That's what is being informed by Deep Seek. I had these informations with me, but I lost them. But this also means that on an uphill, the neutral horses will have less effort because they're not carrying extra baggage. They're not carrying extra baggage. So the 2 is good. The 2 should win. The 2 should win. It has a lot of advantage over the 1, over the 3, over the 6, 7, or whatever they are. It has a lot of advantage over all those horses. But today, here at Muswellbrook, we will also be able to figure out what exactly that neutral means and how it reacts with a downslope or or an uphill situation. The track is uphill at the last 400 meter.
To get into the placing, so I suspect you'll probably need
Johnny W 5 and 9.
Okay, they're off for the gates. The first leg of the quaddie, race number
5 is good.
So, in terms of the market here,
9 is the other 5-year-old mare with the drift. Good. Both of them are good.
80, just going down the board. Here at 750 has been solid. Likewise, Dame Annie at 6, and our Emily just goes out a point from $5 to $6, and the others are at a longer quote. Trackside, back in grade.
But this one, I think the 2 will win, because so far they have not given any favorite in the last 4 races. No favorites have won. But this is the 5th one. It's a class 1. There's no linear in this race.
So, short course, no problem for that fellow. 382nd to leg for Strand Care.
2 should win. 2 should win.
Last time out, gets advances for the first time, and the winkers come off. And best of the others, Dame Annie, first up since October. Has had a couple of recent trials, this mare. She got into Pisanello in a 792 metre road farm heat on the 3rd of March. So 3 minutes out, Mick, they're getting around to the gates. Ahead of race 5, we'll get their late mail numbers and have a look at the quaddie as well.
Yeah, look, my late mail numbers, I'm going with horse number 1, Strand Care. I thought he paraded okay. He's coming off that big win to Scone last time out. He's had a bit of a gap between runs. Awkward draw, not ideal, but I like the claim for Nick Palmer. He looks pretty relaxed down behind the gates. I think if he can get out cleanly, he's certainly going to be up there in the first couple, and I think it'll be pretty hard to beat. Mr. Trackside has been racing really well. The last run there at Gosford was very good in stronger grade, and he probably should have finished a little closer after being strung up behind horses at the top of the straight. Aaron Bullock on board for a good draw. You can see why he's popular. 6 is Dame Annie, who had some reasonable form when last in work. It's first up from a spell today, has trialled really well leading in. And 7, Our Emily, was a nice debut winner. And I think she can figure here with the right run. 1, 2, 6, and 7.
This has been a decent firm, Mr. Trackside overall. Only 6 cents of deductions. That was with the scratchings of Bill Beetle. Went up a 550 chance even today. Is 360 into 260. So a decent move there. Strand Care open 320, down 380. And the third leg, Dame Annie, today has gone 550 up to 6, but the money did go on early, went 10 into 550 initially, and it's been pretty solid, hovering around that $550, $6 quote. What happens in terms of the speed here? Obviously, Strand Care will go forward.
Yeah, you would think so. Strand Care will certainly be right up there. As for the other favourite, that's for the other favourite. Just lost my notes. Mr. Trackside. Yeah, he's probably going to be looking for a little bit of cover. Quaddie numbers here, I've gone 1, 2, 6 in the first leg. In the second leg, I've gone 3 and 6. In the third leg, I've gone 7, 8, 12, and 4. And in the fourth and final leg, come home with 6, 7, 4, and 11. I thought those last 2 races in particular were very difficult, so I've been forced to put 4 selections in each of them. So hoping to scrape through these first couple of legs, and then I reckon we're half a chance to the first runners move into line for this 5th event at Muswellbrook.
Indeed, yeah, that last race is very open. Pretty tough way to end the day, but we're going to get to that point first. Hopefully that is the case, as we see our Emily about to come up into the gates. Billy by St. Peter lining up the third start. She won at Port on debut and then ran 5th at Port over 1,006 metres behind Declare Vitality. But Matt Smith, who is racing pretty well. So maybe it just goes to 280. Late 380 to 370 Strand Care. And now back in a half a point goes Dame Annie.
There's a couple of other roughies that could prove to be the fly in the ointment that do go quite quick. You've got Stiora, who's drawn wide. It'll probably go quick as well, along with the Showtime Sassy, who's first up from a spell. But my top selection, Strand Care, you'd be hoping he'd be up in the first couple after they've gone a furlong.
All right, so let's head upstairs. Here's race 5. Good luck. He's there.
900 metres the journey here for the running of the first leg of the quadding. They're set. The starter doesn't hold them. He lets them go immediately and Stiora out wide left quickly. Our Emily with speed and also forward. It's D Far in the early stages. Then came Showtime Sassy, followed by Prince Kiro with good speed up towards the lead. Then Mr. Trackside on the inside. Then Arafura C. Stiora now drifts back with our Emily as they get back in the field. Then came Dame Annie. And last on the inside, Spring Wellness at the turn. D Far wide on the bend from Prince Kiro. Mr. Trackside near the inside.
Come on, baby. Don't stop. Don't look back. Come on, run. All that you have to do is run, baby. Come on. Yes, 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 yes. You're clear. Come on, go. Run, baby. Run, baby. Run, baby. Run. Don't look back. Don't you look back.
You might be because Dame Annie was obstructed for a run there, so hold your ticket if you're on the second horse. Not sure about third, but gee, how Emily was flying home. Then Prince Kuro, followed by next over the line was Spring Wellness. Then
Frankie, congratulations.
We got in the corner. And Aaron C was back near enough to last.
Yeah, Mr. Trackside, beautifully placed today. Favourite will win it. But Paul Perry and Aaron Bullock. I just want to have a look at the head-on in relation to the runner-up, Dame Annie. Just talk us through this, Mick. So as things stand, there are a few off the fence there. That's Dame Annie in the pink colours underneath of Mr. Trackside.
2671. Yeah, that worked within that
hand on the eventual winner, Mr. Trackside. He overreacted and wanted to cut in.
It worked within the odds. This is the first time, and I you know, this is the first one that actually the favorite has won, and they ensured it so that the favorite wins. They ensured that the favorite wins. It's not by a fluke. It's not by a chance. They pretty much ensured that it wins. That's how it is. They pretty much ensured that. The result is what? 2, 6, 7, and 1. 2, 6. We spoke about 6, I think. That 6 is there. From gate number 11, so 6 was good with the advantage. And 7 was a neutral. 1 was a neutral. So it is not an advantage. So it is not an advantage here also for the neutral horses. And this was a perfect distance to figure out whether that neutral is going to work or not. Not yet, Frankie. It'll take time. We need more time to be sitting on money. We need more time. We are very, very insignificant right now. We are very insignificant. They're very big players with some very swanky piece of equipments. But we're going to get there. It's going to take time, but we are going to get there. Unless I die in this journey. All right, we'll go to the next and see what's going on. Race number 6, baby. 5, 7, 11 scratched. Okay. 3, 6, 1, and 9.
Look, he's a horse that Molly has rode before when ran second on a last stubby on Sunshine Law there at Canberra. So 1400 metres, 1600 metres stays the same distance again. I have it on top.
Number 7, Socrates, was a winner fresh, and that might put pen through last start. Third lead with the James sponsor.
Yeah, well, he's better than that, and it's just one of those runs. He's still only beaten 4 lengths. A lot to like about this horse. It's a 7 times winner, so some of these can't boast those statistics. Not the roughest here.
8 is Palazzo. It's Ben Osmond for Blake Fitzpatrick. Need improvement.
Yeah, we haven't seen a lot of this horse with Blake's only had the one run when it beat one home, and that was in a fairly ordinary race there at Maria, so just maybe later on.
And number 9, Divine Ella. A lot of connections down here in the mounting yard, including our own Wayne Harris. Good to see Wayne at the track today. Grant Buckley for Paul Murray.
Yeah, Michael Craig in the ownership as well. And this horse was pretty good winning at the Sapphire Coast. Admittedly, it was a super maid, but it got the job done nicely. Then I was in the market last start here, so look, probably gets back a little bit and running on very strongly, but a lot to like about it on an each way basis.
Wayno hoping to return to work soon for those interested. Number 11 is Madam Rupee. Tommy Berry for Robert Luke Price.
Yeah, this horse looked good in some of its early races. It won a big odds here one day, but just hasn't sort of delivered the same sense. So look, needs to find more to get me in.
12 is More Mischief. Has got speed. Amy McLucas, Amanda Turner.
Yeah, a little bit. It would surprise me if this horse come out on top. But in saying that, it did run third behind Attilia there, and it won 3 in a row. So not the roughest, but I can't see it troubling some of those.
13 Crystal Waters. Winona Costin for old mate Paul Murray.
Yeah, the second of Paul's run. It's got Divine Ella as well. Another one who's just been struggling in recent starts. Admittedly, it did chase home Lorne Finlay last start. He's been in really good form, but I think this is a bit tougher.
14 is Victory at Omaha. Sean Diamond, Teresa Bader.
Yeah, just been struggling in recent starts. That run at Wagga there not too long ago, back on March 1, was only fair. But the run before that was good behind Master Riley. So on his best, maybe a place up.
15 Amigos, No More. Keegan Latham, Ross McConville.
Yeah, trained here by Ross, of course. He's been well down the track in recent starts. So I can't see him troubling these. Some of them have just got superior form.
16 Spin Picks goes around again. Molly Fitzgerald, Diane Porterman Lane.
Yeah, the 9-year-old mare start number 59 today, but she's been a big odds in recent appearances, and she's a big odds again today.
And the grey stablemate for Diane. Storm de Loon, Pierre Duboulin.
Yeah, I can't see it troubling them either. It's just hasn't been doing anything. So good luck to the connection.
All right, this is what is going on for the 6th one here at Muswellbrook. So they've got, if you look at the odds, 3, 6, 1 and 9. 3 is the favorite. It's got a good jockey. It's a drift. So it's got a lot of advantage with the distance, that 1200 1300 meter. It has a lot of advantage with the distance. It's been given that advantage, and I'm pretty much sure that's exactly what we are that's exactly what people are looking at. But here is the thing, it's below 20%. That 3 is below 20%. I mean, we've seen what has happened to this 4, which was below 20%. And this was even 28%. It did not work. So this is like 10%. The other one is 13%. The one which is the highest is a linear. That's number 6. Gate number 9 with 37%. That's the highest handicapping. The 1 is a neutral. The 3 is given advantage here, and 10 times or 100 times disadvantage here. It's got a good jockey, but here is the twist in the story, which is number 10. Number 10 has probably one of the best jockeys with one of the best advantages. Here, that's exactly what worked here. Number 2, one of the best jockeys, one of the best advantage. One of the best jockey, one of the best advantage. That's 10. It doesn't have any numbers. It's got no numbers. But if we look through the BB, that is here. The other one, which is 9, is within the odds. The 9 is within the odds. They share the same thing. The difference is this one, number 10, has a better jockey and at least twice the advantage of 9. 9 has 35 races. This one has 28 races. It's a 5-year-old mare coming from gate number 2. Now, the other side is generally this is a maiden position. This one is a maiden position. That means if this was a maiden race, this is an EW. It is not supposed to be here in this race, which is a benchmark 58, but it is here. And that's the arrangement on this horse. Number 10. So 6 is good. It is the linear. But the pressure on 6 is I don't know whether it will be adequate. It's a 1280. It required more. The one which actually won with the advantage was this one, which was at 48%. This one is at 37, 10% less. Why? Maybe because this was a 4-year-old gelding and this is a 3-year-old filly. Probably because of that fact. Because fillies, they always carry lesser baggage. But this is a good one. The 6 is a good one. And the EW is 10. It's going to be, I mean, if we look at what happened today, that's the 2 here. It was a class 1. It had no numbers. That 2 actually won because of that arrangement. Here, people went with the fact that it has a lot of distance advantage, but I don't think it was distance advantage. It was this arrangement. And here it is the same thing. That number 10. I am not in. I am not going to put in money, but I will watch. I am not going to be a part of this track.
Whitey, it looks to be a stack of
There's
it.
just so much of it here, Jase, isn't there?
More mischief. Socrates goes forward here. Victory at Omaha. And Perfect Justice will go forward one. It's
Could be set up for something coming from behind.
yeah, 100%. So many with a hope here. And what looms as a very good race. It's a nice type swing so far today, Whitey. None more so than the previous Lyles. Very, very promising 3-year-old gelding, well bred type, who justified his heavy support to start at $1.28 on the fixed odds. Good winter format for Going Adrian, and the stays Queen Strata got home for Going Adrian to break her duck there after 2 seconds this prep. She won the second, and the first went to Channeling, Bettor, Walken, Tyler Schiller, who chased a double here in this race. So it's been a good day thus far, but the best yet to come.
It is, very much so, yeah. Bird Lily's our next race after this, Chase, and the ones in the market, the present time of Kaboo around 460, and World Alliance is our favourite at 320. Matthew Smith already with a winner today, so that's our next race. And then our feature race of the day, of course, is the Kembla Grange Classic, where Dominetta is the $2.50 favourite, short and right up. So a lot to look forward to over the next hour and a half.
I think in between this race and the next race, we're going to have the Golden Hammer race, which for those who don't know is a race for tradies. There's one at Muswellbrook that's very similar called the Rusty Spanner. They actually give the winner a Rusty Spanner on a mounted bit of wood. So I think they're going to get a gold, or maybe not made of gold, but it's some sort of hammer on a bit of wood to the winner. And then, I think you've got to run in your steel gap boots. So there's a few tradies here that are going to get set. And it's going to be run just out in the public lawn here. So I'm looking forward to seeing that. We might be able to get some vision for Sky.
We will, we certainly will, as long as they're enjoying themselves. And there's a good crowd on hand here. A lot of people in the Bird Lily Lounge, of course, and a really good crowd building up for this meeting today. So our first leg of the quad is not too far away. Perfect Justice, my selection, moves forward.
Yeah, absolutely. There's still a few to load here, and of course the autumn carnival just kicks off 6 meetings with some excellent days to come throughout the next, I think, 10 weeks or so. We get, I think there's a country music day and lots of theme days and plenty of days with DJs running around here as well. So continue to get big crowds here at Kembla Grange. Last look at the board here as they move in for race number 5. A Montana at $3.30 in from $4. Been the best board runner in the race. Tono 460 Perfect Justice, very easy, 460 to 650. Divine Ella 10 into 650, might start second favourite.
Race 5 protest, second 6 versus first. People are angry. The jockeys are angry, John. Even they can't figure out what is going on. Lewis, 4 with Anna Roper.
So they're ready. This is race 5 here at Kembla.
4 is a 9-year-old gelding.
Stand by for dispatch. They're ready to jump.
Oh, you mean Kembla? Okay.
Lights are on. Away. Walking out Palazzo. Amigos No More also missed it. Where's the favourite Moncana? It's in the first half of the field and looking to be ridden positive the outside. There's a wall of about 4 or 5 of them here. Mad Charge for the lead. Victory at Omaha. Moncana the outside and More Mischief the inside. Is pushing up there as well. Trying to slot in was Perfect Justice. Behind the speed Twin Turbo. Then came Madame Rupee getting back just off the pace from Divine Ella Socrates. Caught 3 wide. Patrika missed. Around the outside of Otano, on the fence there was Crystal Waters. As they turn off the back straight, 2 lengths to Storm Deleune, covering up Amigos No More, 3 lengths Falazzo and Spin Pick. Very strung out, about 16 lengths would cover them here. Favourite eventually got to the front, Moncana. Led by half a length, Victory at Omaha. Behind them, More Mischief, then Perfect Justice. Twin Turbos 50 inside from Madame Rupee. Then came Divine Ella, followed by Patrika Miss Socrates between those. Otano tracking up on the back of those runners. Then Crystal Waters coming for home. Moncana led. Early move here from Madame Rupee. Sweeping up quickly. Madame Rupee surges to the lead. Caught them napping a bit here. Madame Rupee's gone 2 in front of Moncana. Boxing on Victory at Omaha. Divine Ella coming out of the pack. Then Perfect Justice, Otano, Patrika Miss, Madame Rupee starting to get the wobbled. Moncana coming back, Perfect Justice, Victory at Omaha, and Otano's coming now. Here's Otano out wide with Perfect Justice joining the lead together. Otano, though's got the momentum. Otano, pace suited, got the money. Back to back for Otano. Has one from Perfect Justice. Victory at Omaha, Madame Rupee nearly pinched it.
5.
Behind those, Patrika Miss, Divine Ella, Moncana. Did too much work. In behind those horses was when they pull up. Storm
Lewis, don't worry. You were probably right, but you're dealing with Kembla Grange.
Mischief, Spin Picks and Amigos No More has beat one to the line for Lato.
5, 6, 14 and 4. The numbers are Tono continues on its winning way. It took a while to wind up, but once she started to Whitey, I think the big Kembla straight really helped her today, as did a fair bit of speed early. Jay Ford's been able to rate that horse to perfection.
It was the replica of the previous one, wasn't it? Just stormed down the outside and just carbon copy, paste and repeat. That's a very good win there by Bunno. It's really in the zone at the present time. And I thought Perfect Justice was good. Why didn't we go at the Quinella?
Oh, well, we should have. That's right. We tipped the Quinella there, Whitey, but they both run nice races. Perfect Justice from the wider gate. He went to do a bit of work early to get there. He did. A nice run there and certainly can win again this grade.
Yeah, Victory at Omaha was really good for a horse that was a longer price, rattling on well, but the other two are a little bit clear of the others.
Fiber Tono is by the Autumn Sun out of Lava Lata. We'll get Kerry's thoughts and pass those on to you off camera, but 5, 6, 14 and 4. Victory at Omaha, another nice run as well. But got out in the betting debate, $6. 5, 6, 14 and 4. The Burt Lily is up next at Kembla Grange.
Welcome back to Townsville for race 4, first leg of the quaddie, the motorbike benchmark 65. This is over 1,400 metres. Let's have a look at the one, Hern Hill, from the Owen Bailey stable at Cairns. Gabrielle Simmons to ride at 7. Takes 2 kilos off, down to 59.5 kilos. In good form. This horse, he's won 3 of his last 5, and he's loving life in North Queensland. His last couple of wins have been very solid. Faces a little bit more depth today, and look, the weight claim does help for sure. The 2 is Finn Seal from the Tommy Button stable at Bowen. Talia Fenlon, a right gate, 459.5 kilos. He's found some form again, this horse. He's been jumping in his races, and he's been going really well. Good win here, 2 starts back. He fought on well behind Strathcona last start. Just back to the 1,400, a little query. 3 is Bring Me Flowers from the Lindsay Hatch stable at Townsville, Grand Prix to Rod Gate, 158.5 kilos, mare by Sebring. She's had the 4 runs back, and she hasn't had a lot of luck the last couple of runs. Been slow to stride, she's been wide. But forgive those, go back to a good placing at Bowen, 3 back. She's definitely a knockout chance. 4 is 10 Shilling from the Alex Maloff stable at Mariba, Nathan Thomas to Rod Gate, 658.5 kilos. I think he's a knockout chance here. He's had the 3 runs back. I thought he was good behind Inching Closer at Cairns. 2 starts back on a heavy track now. Inching Closer, very competitive in that Open before. So I think he's right in a race like this. He's way over the odds. 5 is Hanging Around from the Steve Massingham stable at Cairns. Ryan Wiggins to Rod Gate, 357.5 kilos. 4-year-old who's had the 3 runs back. Placed at Cairns, 2 starts back. He battled on okay behind Herne Hill up there. 6 is Reedham Week from the Graham Hughes stable at Townsville. Justin Stanley to Rod Gate 2. He'll ride a half over at 55, mare by Churchill. She was a benchmark 60 winner here over 1,400 metres, 2 back. And just wide without cover throughout. Last start, some excuses. The 7 is Yellowstone Bet from the Lindsay Hatch stable at Townsville. Wanderson DeVilla to Rod Gate 8 on the minimum. Mare that's had 3 runs back from a break. Well, she hasn't really fired yet. She's had some excuses. She's better getting a toe into the ground. And the 8 around the mountain, She's Rewarding from the Liliana McCormack stable at Townsville. Jason Taylor to Rod Gate 5 on the minimum. She had no luck at all last start at Cairns, over-raced early, was unable to obtain clear running in the home straight. Basically went to the line untested. She's just up in grade a little bit sharply today, though. That's a look at them from the mounting yard. Race 4 at Townsville. Well, back here, the 6 Reedham Week, $4 into $2.80. The 2 Fin Seal is $3.60 to $4.65. Hanging around $4.60 steady. Then the 1 Herne Hill, $4 out to $6. This is race 4 at Townsville. A benchmark 65. It's over 1,400 metres. I've gone shopping some value here. I think it's way over the odds. 4, 1, 2 and 5. The 4, 10 Shilling. He's had the 3 runs back. As I see, he's run behind 10, Inching Closer. 2 back was very good. Didn't have a lot of luck here last up behind Win and Tonic. This 1,400 should suit him perfectly. Loves to get his toe into the ground. He's a value special for mine. 410 Shilling over the 1 Herne Hill. He's in good winning form. The 2 Fin Seal just back to the 1,400's a concern today, and the 5 hanging around. Fitter, well, 4th run back. 4, 1, 2 and 5. Good value here with the 4. Which is 10 Shilling, but gee, well back. This has been a good go. Reedham and Weep. It's now at $2.50 from $4. Dominates the betting. Here's Tony Woad for the 4th at Townsville.
To run. Hanging around, getting a bit restless in the gates. Racing now, the gates are back. Readable Wheat just a little slow out of the machines. And going past Bring Me Flowers, tackled by Hanging Around, is very keen to lead. Getting into 3rd was Fin Seal, the inside, but Herne Hill working around them out wider now, improving. They were followed by 10 Shilling. Yellowstone Bet gets back with Readable Wheat, but She's Rewarding goes back to the tail. As they go up towards the first turn now, and about 1,000 to go. Hanging Around, travelling well. 2 in front of Bring Me Flowers, Herne Hill. And they were followed next on the inside by Fin Seal, and further back in the field then came 10 Shilling, followed by Reedham of Week, She's Rewarding, and Yellowstone Bet. They come down the side now. They've got about 750 to go. Hanging Around's had a perfect run in front. Leads out by about a length now to Bring Me Flowers. In 3rd place, Fin Seal, and they were followed next as they come to the side, 10 Shilling. Yellowstone Bet, she must be 4 and 5 deep there coming up to the turn from She's Rewarding. And back last of all, Reedham and Weep on the inside might need a little bit of luck. Round the home turn, Hanging Around's the leader when they corner. Bring Me Flowers looms up. Herne Hill's coming home well. They were followed by Fin Seal, and further back was Reedham and Weep. Bring Me Flowers, 200 to go, about a length in front of Herne Hill, the outside. Trying hard, it's Hanging Around who's kicking back on the inside. It's Bring Me Flowers Hanging Around, and on the outside, Herne Hill. Herne Hill goes to them. Herne Hill gets up to win. Herne Hill just gets there. Gets there right on the line to win from Herne Hill, from over on the inside, Hanging Around. Bring Me Flowers 3rd. They were followed by Reedham and Weep and Fin Seal together from She's Rewarding, Yellowstone Bet, and 10 Shilling.
So he continues on his winning ways. The 1 Herne Hill, Alwyn Bailey, Gabrielle Simmons for Stonk Racing, and he has got there right on the post to deny Hanging Around, who looked to be looming large back through the middle. Put pay to Bring Me Flowers, and then all of a sudden out wide it was Herne Hill who just launched over the top. Bring Me Flowers, yeah, was there. Looked to be hard to run down, but just couldn't match those other two. And the 6, I think you'll find, Read 'em and Weep, has run 4. Jeff, you never got into that. 10 shilling was dreadful. Yellowstone Beth was caught in the cheap seats, and that was about the ball game. Finn Seal couldn't sprint, so it is the 2 that's run 4th. So he must have got up on the fence there, Finn Seal. So 1, 5, 3 and 2. I initially thought Read 'em and Weep, but it's 1, 5, 3 and 2 will be your numbers. So well done to Elwyn Bailey, Gabrielle Simmons, and the stock racing team. Ern Hill wins again, takes out race 4 at Townsville. 1, 5, 3 and 2 will be your numbers. We will take a short break on Sky Thoroughbred Central. On the other side, Gavin Carmody, Mickey Wallace with race 6 at Muswellbrook.
Dows, welcome back. Small bet on 1. Race 5, protest dismissed. They're angry, John. They're very angry. The Ferraris are surprised how the Volkswagen Beetle won. The Ferraris are very angry.
My heart's terrible. Try it. Oh my Lord.
Then first leg of the quaddy taken out by the favourite, it's the trackside, who survived a protest from the runner-up, which was Dame Annie. So protest second against first, dismissed on the previous race. As these runners come into the yard, just waiting for More Than a Star and Norman to come in. More Than a Star. Nick is about to walk in. He's third up today. Brett Kavanagh, Nick Palmer.
Yeah, she's a pretty talented mare. She's had 14 starts with 2 wins and 5 minor placings. I thought it was a really good run there at Grafton last time out in late January. Finished third there behind our Banjo and just kept on finding the line. It's going to get a beautiful run, you would think, today from gate number 1, and Nick Palmer's 4 kilo claims a bonus.
Now we're looking for a shot at 2, which is Norman. And In he comes to the yard. There's his trainer, Gavin Groff, leading him in. Second up, Luke Rolls, the rider.
He's a pretty capable horse on the right day. I gave him a pass mark when resuming at Corindai over the 1100 metres, when finishing fifth there behind Gold Lover in the Lightning. It was a pretty strong race, and I thought he pulled out a really good run, fresh up. He's never been a horse that's fired second up in the past, but I think if anything, this looks a little bit easier than his last run.
One of the favourite we go, 3 pound of salt, but Todd Howlett and Aaron Bullock.
He's a nice horse, and he's really hit his straps this preparation. Fourth at Rosehill, 2 back in a highway behind Urafiki, and then last time out at Canterbury, he was miles out of his ground turning for home, but he really started to grab the bit and charge the last little bit when third behind Kaihoko. He's got a big weight today, but he's got Aaron Bullock on board. I think he'll be given time to find his feet. Watch for him late.
Number 4 is Tough Case for Jeremy Sylvester and Gabrielle Johnson.
When we were dealing with a soft 7 track, I was probably a little bit more confident with him. I've got him in the numbers today. He's a very experienced galloper, 74 starts, 7 wins, 18 minor placings. He always races really well at home here at Muswellbrook. He wasn't disgraced last time out behind Medina at Newcastle, only beaten 4 lengths. Just a shame that the track continues to dry out for him.
Roses Imminent is the other one, pressing for favouritism, number 6, Lou Mary and Stapleford.
She comes through the same highway at Canterbury that the favourite, A Pound of Salt, finished third in, and I thought she was very good. We've only beaten 3.5 lengths. She was only first up over the 1,250 metres, and she just kept on finding the line. She's a lightly raced 3-year-old filly by Impending. She's on the upward spiral.
7 is out on the way, Crash and Bash for Karen and Matty Owen.
Was a Grafton winner over the 2,390 metres going back to October last year. Was unplaced on the Kenzo before going for a break. It's had 1 trial to ready her for this first up till finishing 4th at Tara to Poet. I think she'll probably need this run.
Dolly Jane onto the 9 we go. 4th run into the prep for John Ramsey and Michaela Weir.
Looks a top 4 chance at least. It's had the 35 starts for 3 wins and 9 minor placings. The most recent start was at Scone on the 4th of March, finishing 7th behind Insightful Award. Was beaten around 11 lengths, but form prior to that was pretty solid.
And the Howling Victory is the last of them for Mick Hart and Donovan Dillon.
Has had the 3 runs back from a spell now. Finished at the tail of the field at Orange on the 28th of February over a mile in the race won by Magnace. Appeared to have every chance that day. I think we'll just wait till she shows some semblance of form.
Okay, ahead of the 6th event, and they're about to head out and around the 1,280 metre start. Favourite, A Pound of Salt just over Roses Imminent. Bullock looking for a race double. Roses Imminent ridden by Mitch Stapleford, and then More Than a Star has had the 2 runs back from a break, and they have been at Dubbo and then also up at Grafton a few weeks between runs. That was back on the 27th of January, in which she finished 3rd behind Al Banjo. So they're the top 3 in betting, and looking at that, it's just phoned up a touch More Than a Star, but that trio have cleared out. Best of the others, Dolly Jane.
I'm always looking for a horse at odds, but I really did think the winner would come out of those top 3 in the market. A Pound of Salt on top for me. I've gone 3, 6, 4 and 1. I just think he's racing too well. He was a Muswellbrook winner 3 starts back, albeit on a heavy track. I love the way he charged the line to beat Corpsman and Rich Street. His last couple have been in highway grade, 4th behind Urafiki. Thought that was a really good effort. Only beaten just over 2 lengths. And last start at Canterbury, he was miles off the leaders turning for home and really savaged the line. He's a lovely, big, strong fella by Furnaces. The big niggle that I've got in the back of my mind is the huge rise in weight today. Only carried 54 kilos last start. He'll carry 61.5 with Aaron Bullock on board this afternoon, but he's going well enough. 6 Roses Imminent in for 2nd. I thought she was okay in that same highway at Canterbury when resuming, finishing 7th behind Kaihoko. I think that run will have really brought her on. She was placed in her only other 2nd up run last prep there at Tamworth when finishing runner-up behind My Mate Kate. A Tough Case. I'm sure he'll run well. I just would have thought he'd be a little bit better suited on a very soft track or even a heavy track. Gets the 4 kilos off for Gabrielle Johnson, and the 1 More Than a Star going in for 4th. Has had a bit of a gap between runs since finishing 3rd at Grafton last start as a $4.40 favourite. That was behind Joe.
That 4 is 9-year-old.
2 wins. That's been placed on 5 occasions. She rarely runs a bad race. So Nick Palmer on board, taking the 4 kilos off. That'll be a big help. 3, 6, 4 and 1.
Okay, the step just widens slightly here between this pair at the top of betting. A Pound of Salt now into 210. The other one gets out of touch. Rose is imminent at 290. More than a start got into 550 now, a $6 chance. And they've kept Dolly Jane pretty safe here, Mick, for Johnny Ramsey at around that $11 price.
Well, I suppose if you can forgive Dolly Jane's last start failure, that was at Scone when finishing 7th behind in Townsville. You can certainly make a case for this 30-year-old mare by Prestige.
John is always with the highest odds.
Finished 3rd at Newcastle behind Kimberley Moon and 2nd at Armadale behind Chidiac, and on both occasions hadn't been beaten all that far. So looks a very good place chance in the smallish field here, but I really did think the race would come down to one of these favourites prevailing. A Pound of Salt, who's deep into the prep, coming off a good placing in Highway Greater Canterbury last start, and Rose is Imminent, who went around that same highway at Canterbury. She was only first up, beaten 3.5 lengths. You know she's got plenty of improvement to come.
Group 1 Coolmore Classic highlight race, Rose Hill, and the last chance for the 2-year-olds to get into the slipper tomorrow week with the Pago and the Magic Knight. Massive 10-race program there at Rose Hill. I'll be Gosford, where they've got 8 races, and the final race is the Provincial Midway Championship qualifier, where 2 more go through to the big final on day 2 of the championships. And then on Sunday, we're heading out west for the, which I understand you have at Park, the Evergreen Championships, Country Championship qualifier there at Canamble.
Yeah, Western Racing Association Country Championships, and Gallant Star. I don't think I can ever recall a horse being as short as he is on Sunday. He's currently $1.35 and hasn't budged. I think he touched $1.33 with Tab at one stage. Brett Robbie's got a really strong hand in the race. I think he's got the 3 favourites, Poison Point and Rouge Moulin, are also well thought of. But it's going to be a great race. I'm hoping Gallant Star can progress through to the final.
All right, so they're loading up here. You've got those late mail numbers 3, 6, 4 and 1. Box of lollies just got pinched off the desk. We know if somebody else was here, the proverbial would have hit the fan. Into odds on goes a Pound of Salt as we head upstairs. Is that the 1280? He's in the hall.
We'll be set and ready for action here. Red light has been turned on. We're set to jump. Waiting on the signal. Oh, one's gone right off in the gates. More than a star. Nick Palmer in the saddle. Back down again now. The attendant now just jumping in. They look pretty right this time. Starter hits the button, they're off, and Dolly Jane got a flyer. Went straight to the early lead. A Pound of Salt on the scene in the early stages. More than a star, 3rd away. Then Howling Victory, Rose is imminent out deep at the early stages. Followed then by the inside Crash and Bash. Tough Case second last, and Norman last with 9.50 left to run. More than a star railed through, took the lead 3/4 to Dolly Jane. 3rd Howling Victory. A Pound of Salt poised to pounce 4th on the outside. 2 lengths away, Rose is imminent on the outside of Crash and Bash. A length and a half, Tough Case, and Norman was last of all. Down towards the 600 metre mark. More than a star, still 3/4 clear from Dolly Jane, just getting a little bit closer. Howling Victory on the inside, awaiting the cutaway railer. Then A Pound of Salt, followed by Norman on the way forward around it. Rose is imminent in the centre. Then Crash and Bash and Tough Case last around the turn. More than a star in front, led by a length and a half. A Pound of Salt now called on the outside. Then Dolly Jane, Howling Victory back to the inside. But A Pound of Salt with 200 metres left to go, got to the lead. Put away More than a star, Dolly Jane, Howling Victory, then Crash and Bash. But A Pound of Salt's racing away. 100 metres left to go. A Pound of Salt, much too good. A Pound of Salt, he's down. 1 by a length and a half. Second over
Ken got through.
Crash and Bash, Howling Victory was 3rd. Then came Rose's Imminent. Tough Case was next over the line. Then More Than a Star, followed by Dolly Jane. And Norman was the last one to clock in.
He's been so consistent all preparation and is rewarded with a second win this campaign. A Pound of Salt. Too good. Best back laden wins. Aaron Bullock in the saddle for Todd Howlett will win over either Crash and Bash or like Howling Victory in that photo. But the favourite simply was too good.
Yeah, good performance, wasn't it? He began a lot better than many would have thought he would, and Aaron Bullock just had a bit of a decision.
8-10-6
up underneath him. And I don't think there's any jockey that ends up in the 1 out, 1 back more than Aaron. And he had this horse travelling sweetly coming to the home corner. It did look as if he was momentarily under pressure, but obviously there was still a fair bit under the hook.
So what happened is 3. The 1 was neutral, so there's no question. The 3 was with a good jockey, with the distance. So the 3 did the job. 8 was the other drift. That happened. This was a drift. So that happened. 10 got in. And 6 came in last. So that was not adequate. That was not adequate on a 1280, 37% on a filly. That was not adequate. It actually doesn't work if it is, I mean, some of the tracks with the similar straight, 400 meters, you need to have 40, somewhere around 50%, to be in a good position. This 3 actually went through because of the distance and the jockey. It has also been tested here. It is less. It was the least. It actually went through. Three, 8, 10, and 6. 7, 5, 6, 13. Scratched. 7, 8, 4, 3.
And importantly, I think when there's not much between these horses, draws the inside, so plenty of options there for Colin.
100%. 11 General Salute, set up without a chance. Tyler Schiller, Gerald and Stewart.
Yeah, well, Tyler won this race last year, in fact, and he's had a pretty good day so far. Form's okay. I think there's a few other with better form, but we've got to remember it's only been less than 3 by Sports there last time out.
Still Blaze, Olivia Chambers, Brett Lazarini.
Yeah, for the locals. Look, the horse has got plenty of ability. It's probably stretching it out, and hasn't raced since November, but I wish the connections well. It's a tough assignment.
And 14, Can. When only costing for Paul Murray.
Yeah, racing well. A good strike rate, 5 from 16, but this is another level again, but she's a last start winner.
All right, runners are about to leave the yard. I'll get to your late mail and have a couple of interviews for you.
Yeah, I like this one here that's been racing particularly well in the 10. I think the 10's going to be the way to go. World of Lights just has the right form for mine. So 10 World of Lights on top. From the 6 Kaboo, look, this horse trialled enormous. I didn't think there was a horse trial better that morning. So Kaboo definitely goes in for second. The 7 Cloudland, we'll hear from the stable representative shortly. It's first up from a spell up, a pretty good trial. And the 2 Kid Tire, who's first up from a spell as well. So I've made it 10, 6, 7 and 2. And at the present time, there's not much between a couple of these horses as far as the market goes. Cloudland's in the market there at $5.50. But World Alliance is our favourite at $3.40. The other one that's in the market here too, it's General Salute at $6 and Swiss Exile at $9. So pretty wide open race. Kaboo there at $3.80 and the other one that I mentioned, World Alliance at $3.50.
All right, good race to Bert Lilly, always produces a few nice ones. Gary Portelli's got represented in this race and indeed in the Classics. So Kintyre resuming here. Gary, nice type who's contested better races than this. How forward?
Yeah, he's only had the one barrier trial, and we're aiming up at the Hawkesbury Gold Cup, so that's the run he has to have. Rather than go to a barrier trial, we go to the races. You know, he races okay, fresh, but he's...
All right, so this is what I have. If we look through the odds, that 7 is the favorite. That 7 is a neutral. there's 8 is 8 has a lot of physics going on within both the rails. 8 is good, and it also is with the same advantage that 3 had here. So the 8 is good. Now the 7 is neutral. 7 is I don't know. 7, we've seen what the neutrals are doing. So that 7 is a neutral. That is the favorite for some reason, which is there on the race card. So this is going to run neutral. It doesn't have any side. It has this side of the rail. It lacks physics. So it's I don't know what it'll do. Here is the thing. If we look through the linear, there is the 3 is the linear. The pressure is 32%. I don't know whether it'll do anything or not. But right below the linear, there is this horse, which is number 11, which is the EW. It's a maiden. So that is the position which is the EW's R with. So it's in good hands. That's a 6% drift. It's in good hands. The 11 coming from gate number 14 is in good hands. And that's the EW position. 3 winning chances are I don't know. I don't think that is adequate. It's a 3-year-old gelding. A 3-year-old filly with 37% did not do it. It's a 3-year-old gelding with 32%. I don't know whether it'll work. So whether 8 has a lot of physics going on. 8 has a lot of stuff going on. 8 is in good hands. No, sorry, 8 is not in good hands. 8 is drifting. Probably they're new to the track, or they are actually drifting. One of those two. So that's that. Now that 11 is there. Okay, that 11 is the one which is supposed to get through. But it's a 4-year-old mare, and if we look through the advantage line, there are these 2 horses, 1 and 2, which has more advantage than 14. If we look through the gates, that's 5. This is 14. This could be tricky. This one could be tricky, but that's the EW position. There's no other choice. That's the EW position. If you look at the next one with the advantage, both of them are drifting away 47% and 100%. So I don't think that's a great idea. But this is 6%. Though it is from gate number 14, that's the EW position. 7 is the favorite. It's a neutral, so I am not going to comment on that whether it'll do what or not, but I definitely like the 8. 8 is good. 8 has a lot of advantage going on. 3 has advantage, but 3 is the linear one, but for a 3-year-old gelding at a 32%, at 37 the 6 did not work. The only one which actually worked is this one, which was at 48%. So I am very doubtful about this 3, whether it'll work, but 11 definitely looks like a good one. We'll take a look what happens. I am out. I am not in.
The 34. Capellini Steel Blaze, Can I Can, all big odds in the race. Speed-wise, here, Whitey, again, it looks to be a solid beat. I don't think so. I don't think if Kaboom jumps with it, I think it's leads. Based on what we saw with the trials, I think that's probably the way they're going to ride this horse. Going out to barrier number 10. I know there's others that can go forward. Cloudland, but it's not too far away. Maybe Kintyre. Can go forward as well. But I think Kaboo, with that scintillating speed in the trials, can lead them and lead them all on the way.
They started with 2 winners already, and they're trying to win this feature race for the 4th time, of course. 4 times. And Gaze has Dominator in the Kepler Grange Classic, so it could be a big day coming up the next hour. If they can do that, they'll have 4 for the day, but we'll let that all play out first, I think.
That's right, it's easy to get ahead of ourselves. It's 3 to load here. In the Bird Lily, one of our features. Here's Luke with the call.
First up off a bleed here, 2 trial wins. He looks to be going well, and he should charge forward and put himself in the race here. Bird Lily Memorial, PFD Food Services. They're just about ready, 1,200 metres. About to see a red light. There it goes now. All set. Attendant out the back there. Now they're right. Off and racing now. Caught them okay. Looking for the favourite, Kaboo. Bacchanalia breaks the line, and Kaboo's going after him. It's Bacchanalia spearing to the lead. Kaboo hard ridden to get up to second. Swiss Exile, Cloudland, the next pair, followed by Can, General Salute, Carbling. Well, the Lions gets well back with Dark Glitter. Followed by Kintyre, and last settling down was Steel Blaze. Bacchanalia able to burn turf and find the lead. Runs down the side, 3/4 of a length, Kaboo. Cloudland third, nice and close, followed by Swiss Exile. Gap of 2 lengths, Can, Car Bling. Then came World Alliance, giving them about 7. They spin the bend. Bacchanalia aggressively ridden here, leads by a length and a half on Kaboo, called upon it. Cloudland behind those. Swiss Exile running a bold race the outside. Then General Salute, Kaboo looming up. 250 metres to go. He's hit the front, but here comes the General. General Salute's going after Kaboo. General Salute the outside, hit the lead from Kaboo and Swiss Exile, and General Salute is racing away. General Salute too good for Kaboo. Swiss Exile third, I think, just ahead of Carbling. Much better today from him. Behind those, Kintyre, Cloudland, Dark Glitter. Next home when they pull up World Alliance from in behind them, Steel Blaze, Can, and Bacchanalia.
It'll be 11, 6, 9 and 4. General Salute was hard in the market, and Tyler Schiller, who won this race last year.
Stool, welcome back.
Today, multiple wins for Tyler in the 4-year-old gelding, fresh. Too strong today, Kaboo. Maybe just over-raced a fraction, but looked the winner there with about 200 to go. Found my better on the day. All honours with General Salute, who's won his 2nd race today, the Russian Revolution gelding here, right?
Yeah, 2 years in a row for Tyler Schiller winning this horse for Ryan and Alexia. Of course, they won the Black Opal there last week. Only lightly raced to this 4-year-old, coming off that 7th in the Hawkesbury Guineas. So good training effort. Had been off the scene for basically about 10 months. So first up today, did run 2nd in the Brian Crowley, and he might have just had a little bit of a setback to be about that long, but he was very, very good. I thought the second horse was so good. Coupling first up from a bit of a break as well. Sorry, not Coupling, the one at Kaboo, who was first up from a spell, was really, really good. Just followed the speed all the way. But General Salute, quite good there. 11 beat 6, and then 9, then 4. $6.30 for our winner. The 6 there at $1.30. The 9 for mine looked like it ran third, Swift Exile, and maybe the 4 Kabling. So for mine it'll be 11, 6, 9 and 4, but we'll leave it with the judge. As I said, General Salute only lightly raced, but he's got the job done really well in the first of our features. Our next race here is the big one of the day. It's the Kepler Grange Classic. It's worth $250,000, and our favourite is Dominator. So the Waterhouse spots stay with significant.
So we are at a very bad place.
John Bryan and Sterling Alexia, their winning run continues after taking out the Black Opal last week, and Tyler Schiller after winning it for the Snowden stable last year with that horse Queen of Dragons. They've been able to make it 2 in a row. 2 in a row for Tyler Schiller, and another win for Ryan and Alexia in a feature race.
Yeah, he's had a good day at the Tyler Schiller, to double for him, and a strong win. With General Salute getting home and scoring a
all weird things happening. Soul.
Star Salute, 4-year-old gelding, whose 2nd victory at start number 9. So that's the result of the Burt Lily. We will take you up to Townsville, and when we return, it'll be the feature of the day, the Kepler Grange Classic.
Welcome back to Townsville for race 5, the Great Northern Brewing Co. cutest 3-year-old handicap. It's over 1,200 metres. We're coming back to the one. He hasn't come in yet, so we'll start on the 2, Time to Profit, who's with the pony from the Georgie Holt stable at Townsville. Aiden Holt to right, gate 2, 58 kilos. Look, she looks fairly relaxed with the pony, I've got to say. She resumes. She's got brilliant ability, this mare. She's won 3 here at the track. She can really let down and let rip. And look, her trial recently was good. She won a trial by 1 3/4 lengths. Ran home 32.58. She's come back in good order by the looks, and I think she's very, very hard to beat. 3, Tsunami from the Roy Chalemi stable at Tolga. Amanda Thompson to right, gate 8, 58 kilos. Son of Britain Tycoon. His debut performance up here was very good to win first up. He won by 4. Look, it was only Maiden grade. He beat March Madness. I don't think there's a lot of form to come out of the race, but he was pretty convincing all the same. Forrest Mythbuster from the Tommy Button stable at Bowen Graham Cleese to right, gate 3, 56.5 kilos. Son of Power, who was a Townsville Maiden winner 2 back. Yeah, began awkwardly last start at Home Hill, but probably just needs it a touch easier, but he does have some speed. 5 is Cabaya Star from the Matt Maguire stable. Chris Whiteley to ride, gate 7, 56 kilos, followed by Kobayashi. She's always shown ability. She's at the 3 runs back. She was badly tightened on jumping and lost ground here 2 back. Her run last up was good behind Better Than Words. I think she's a real live chance here. 6 is Silver Glitter from the Tommy Button stable at Bowen. Talia Penland to ride, gate 1, 56 kilos. Filly by Denman, she's resuming here. She was a 2-year-old classic winner at Rockhampton, 5 starts back. Look, her form's a little bit mixed, but she's definitely not the worst if she's on song here. 7 is Arguable from the Megan Purpose stable at Townsville. Nathan Thomas to ride, gate 6, 55.5 kilos. It resumes on debut after Sway X, South East Queensland galloper, who was going okay down there over longer trips, probably just needs this. Did win a recent trial, but time didn't measure up to Time to Profits on the day. The 8 is Margot Barbie from the Georgie Holt stable. Justin Stanley to ride, gate 5. He'll ride a half over at 55. She's got on a day. Look, she lost a rider at the start here 2 back. She just took a dive. Last start she was held up on the turn. It was a bit of a horror watch. 1,200, I think, is going to suit her better today. The 9 is Political Power from a Liliana McCormack stable. Isabella Taylor, ride, gate 9 on the minimum. Just struggling for any sort of form, so might find some of these a bit hot. We go back to the 1, I'll Tell You So, from the Steve Massingham stable at Cairns. Ryan Wiggins to ride, gate 4, 60 kilos. Been very consistent, racing the older horses as well and doing a good job up on speed. Definitely not the worst in this. That's a look at them from the mounting yard. Race 5 at Townsville. Favourite is the 3, Tsunami, 240 this morning, into 225. They're not worried about backing him coming out of that maiden win. Very impressive. The 2 Time to Profit, $7 this morning, now into $5. 5 Cabaya Star, 650 steady. Then you've got the 6 Silver Glitter there. As I say, that Cabaya Star goes to 6. Silver Glitter goes to 650. And the 1 I'll Tell You So is at $7.50. 8 Margot Barbie under double figure odds at $8 as well. But pretty solid money about the 3 Tsunami here. This is race 5 at Townsville. It's a cutest 3-year-old handicap over 1,200 metres. I've gone 2, 3, 5, 1. I'm with the 2 Time to Profit. I just think if she could bring her A game this preparation, forget last time in. She didn't really show up in 3 runs, and she trialled terrific the other morning, ran home sharp, and we know she's got ability. She's got a few little knocks in the head, but they'll sort that out. Aiden hold the board today. He'll get the best out of it. 3 Tsunami. I'm not knocking him. He was very impressive to win, but I question what he beat. He's got to carry 58 against better horses today. He's got a sticky gate to contend with, so a couple of negatives there. 5 Cabaya Star, I think, can launch late. If there's a chink in the armour of a few of these late, Cabaya Star could roll over the top. And the 1 I'll Tell You So has speed, goes forward. Ryan Wiggins aboard for Steve Massingham combination. So 2, 3, 5 and 1 are my numbers. The favourite now starting to get out, Tsunami. All of a sudden went from 225 out to 260. Cabaya Star moving in, 650 into 550. Then you've got the 2 Time to Profit. Got into $5, back out to $6. The 6 Silver Glitter. Not a lot happening there. 650 out to 7. You've got the 1 I'll Tell You So, who's 550 out to 750. 8 Margot Barbie, 650 out to 750. Mythbusters, not much happening. The 4 at $19. 7 Arguable is 34 out to 61, and right your own about the 9. Look, best back runner here. You'd have to say late. The money is Cabaya Star, the 5, but they're just starting to have a good look at this favourite now, easing out further to 270 on the second line now, trimming back up as Time to Profit. So they're up and down like a yo-yo. Here's Tony Rhodes for the 5th at Townsville.
ready to go. The Prophet just taking a bob, getting inside, balances up. They're off and running now, and Tsunami jumped pretty well. Time to Prophet got out well, and so did I'll Tell You So. Is looking for the lead, and Tsunami's having to work from the outside, but coming across now. In front is I'll Tell You So. The first turn, a length in front, running second, Tsunami, and Time to Prophet third. The inside, Political Power is striding up 3 wide. 2 lengths off to Kabaya Star in a good spot as they race past the 800. 2 lengths further back, Margot Barbie, Mythbuster. Arguable run off its feet with Silver Glitter at the tail. Coming down the side, I'll Tell You So leads by a length now. Tsunami, Time to Profit. It's perched there third, and they were followed by Political Power. Kabaya Stars going forward just behind them. Then came Margot Barbie as they approached the home turn, and further back was Mythbuster. Arguable pulling to the outside. Round the turn, I'll Tell You So in front of Time to Profit. Tsunami's under a bit of pressure. Kabaya Star pulls out wider, but as they race down to the 200, I'll Tell You So in front. Kabaya Star's coming right down the centre with a big run. She's going after this leader very quickly, and Kabaya Star sails up to I'll Tell You So. Takes the lead. Chris Whiteley take a bow. Kabaya Star races away to win by a length and a half. I'll Tell You So. Third home in the race on the outside, probably Arguable, followed by Time to Profit and Margot Barbie together. Then came Mythbuster. A long way back was Tsunami, the favourite. Punch It coming round the home turn, and back amongst the tail end is Political Power and Silver Glitter.
Oh, the 5, Kabaya Star. Chris Whiteley, it might be the last time we see him in North Queensland, about to hang up the saddle, and he's ridden a lot of winners up this way, and that may very well be his last, Kabaya Star. And it was a peach too. He just sat back, let her rip late, and she flew over the top. Kabaya Star, good win. Gee, I'll Tell You So, fought on really well, battled well, ran second. The 7, working on nice, was Arguable. It was a bit of a gap back there to third, and possibly one of the Holt 2, Time to Profit, Margot Barbie are in a battle for 4. So 5, 1, 7, Photo 2 and 8 for 4. To the favourite. Pressure came on, and Tsunami just couldn't really deliver today. But a couple of disappointing runs. I thought Time to Profit had the right run in the race, came under pressure, but all on as the winner. Kabaya Star, well done to Chris Whiteley, and of course Team Maguire, Matty and Paddy. They take out the 5th at Townsville with Kabaya Star. 5, 1, 7 and 2 Time to Profit has hung on to run 4. So 5, 1, 7, 2 the numbers. Race 5 at Townsville. We will take a short break on Sky Thoroughbred Central. On the other side, Gavin Carmody and Mickey Wallace with race 7 at Muswellbrook.
Over 3 lengths. He shapes as a horse that's probably going to appreciate a little further the 12.80 in time, but from a good draw in that claim for Nick Palmer, I wouldn't be surprised if he found his way into the top 3.
Number 2 is Mr. Chips, 4-year-old, having his second start for Troy O'Neill and Cody Nesta.
He will have taken plenty of benefit from his first run in a race at Tamworth, where he showed good speed and just got tired the last little bit to finish 7th. That was behind Rathoran. Beat a nice run at Goulburn 2 back when finishing third there in a maiden behind Frisky Frog, and then was seen to be finding the line again at Goulburn last time out when finishing 5th behind Mamushka. Seems to be heading in the right direction. I've got him in the numbers.
Annabelle Neesham and Rob Archibald with the next pair. Firstly, Davicar, this is the favourite, Dorada Heavy Vanderhoven.
Well, she's up and going. She's had the 2 race starts to this point in her career. She looked quite unlucky at Scone on debut when finishing 6th behind Liston's Last, and then certainly had a chance down there at Narrow last time out over the 1100 metres when 3rd behind Gone to Cape York.
Annabelle and Rob also have November Air. Number 8, first up, right at Christian Ring.
Overall form looks sound. They went for a break after failing on a heavy track at Goulburn over the 1,500 metres. That was behind Devana. So had a couple of trials leading in. I thought the latest trot, Warwick Farm, was encouraging, finishing third behind Extreme Diva. Looked pretty sharp.
Number 9 is Draymond, here for Alan Smith and Sienna Greimer.
10 starts for 2 minor placings, and those 2 placings have come at his last 2 starts before going for a break. Was runner-up at Kempsey behind Salamanca's, and then bumped into a nice horse in Red Rags to Bulls, went second here at Muswellbrook. May just need the run today.
Scott Singleton has number 10 here, Sakuma, with Michaela Weir on board.
This 3-year-old filly by Palantino's had the 3 starts, yet to get into the placings. Really struggled at Armadale last time out when finishing 6th behind Yacht Girl. Beaten around 10 lengths, a Winwood surprise.
Scotty also has Steve Mee here, resuming number 11 with Andrew Gibbons up.
She was starting to put it all together towards the end of last preparation, finishing 4th at Newcastle over the 1,900 metres behind Waverley, only beaten 4.5 lengths. Has had 1 trial in preparation for this, finishing 5th behind LaGracia, not beaten all that far. She'll improve at whatever she shows us.
Number 12 is Fake here for Justin Bowen and Clayton Gallagher.
Well, she's getting pretty close to a win. I like to run at Corindai 2 back, only just missed behind Marine Girl, and then at Scone last time out, was only beaten around 3.5 lengths over the 1,200 metres. I think this looks a suitable race for her. She just needs a bit of luck from her white gate.
13 out onto 14, the Piccolino for Paul Perry and Mitch Stableford.
7 starts for 1 placing. That placing coming last start behind Antilo Capra. I was only beaten a little over a length and a half. He showed good speed that day, and I expect him to roll forward again.
Paul Isaac, Transgigaton, number 15, getting a start in the emergency. Jack Baker taking 2 off.
It was quite disappointing last time out at Tamworth, finishing the tail of the field behind the manager. I was able to find the lead and got very leg weary late.
And finally, we've got Jusic down the bottom for Justin Bowen and Jake Pracey Holmes.
Yeah, an interesting horse. I'm convinced he's got some ability. He's just not putting it all together at this point in time. Only been 1 runner home behind Antilla Capra at Scone last start when beaten in 11.5 lengths. Might be worth throwing into your white exotics.
Okay, so they're about to head out for the 7th event on the program for Godolphin at Maiden here over the 1,280 metres. Annabelle Neesham and Rob Archibald with a strong hand. At Dabakar lining up at start 3, and the other one is November Air. That pair are at the top of betting. Justin Bowen with a couple of runners, including Fake, who hasn't been beaten far past 2, and Jusic is the other one. He's over there now with me.
Well, we want to start with Fake. Hard enough in the market. Been racing well in recent start.
Yeah, she has. She's always thereabouts, and sometimes, she just doesn't get all the luck she needs. But if it panned out well today, like she's fitting well, she'll be right there.
Where do you think she'll settle down in the run?
I think in the first half of the field. We don't want to get too far back with us. Again, it's just, I suppose, luck depending. But in a perfect world, she's sort of sitting 4th or 5th, just off the speed and there to bounce, the last sort of furlong.
The other one you've got lining up here is Jusic, Emergency, gaining a start. I remember might have been 3 starts back here at Muswellbrook. Missed the start quite badly, but did a good job to tack on, mate.
Yeah, he did. He really did. He fell on his face, he's a big boy, and he did well to pick himself up and hit the line. And he's just still doing a little bit wrong, but we've got Jake on today, and I just told him to be aggressive out of the barrier. If he can be up sort of travelling in the spot, well, there'll be no excuses. So hopefully we can see the best of him today, because he's been showing enough at home to sort of think that there's something there. So we're just going to find.
And 7.50 then. How about Matt Beesus in a half a point earlier today?
Jake Pracey Holmes playing up to the cameras as usual.
As per the norm, at least he's recognisable. Or in fact, he's not really recognisable.
No,
that beard.
He used to look like a bush ranger, and now he looks like a year 8 kid.
Okay, 270 here. What have you got on top?
I'm going to go 7, 8, 12 and 4 here. It was a race I really struggled with. I'm going to put Davakar on top. It's only had the 2 race starts. I thought it was a really good debut effort, and that was at Scone, where she didn't have a great deal of luck. She ran into a couple of dead ends at a crucial stage, and in the end was beaten around 3.5 lengths by the well-supported Liston's Lass. Went to Nowra last time out over the 1,100 metres, and stalked the speed, had every chance, finishing 3rd behind it, gone to Cape York. I didn't think there was a great deal of depth in this race. $2.70, it looks skinny enough, but I thought she had a little bit of upside and may well have the fitness edge on the stablemate here, 8 November Air, who's a 3-year-old filly by Pia Rada, who went around at Goulburn on the 26th of September on a heavy track, finishing 5th behind Javana. Obviously didn't handle the conditions that day. He's had a couple of trials leading into today's first up assignment. I think she's sure to run well. I've put in the 12 Fake, who looks at least an each-way chance. Been racing really well at this preparation. We just caught up with Justin Bowen, who seemed to give us a bit of a push for her. Clayton Gallagher on board. And Clayton was on board 2 starts back at Corindi when this filly ran second, and it was a narrow second too behind Marine Girl. She only just missed. She has had another run since at Scone, where she was beaten around 5.5 lengths. And I put in for Macbee, who's been slowly building this preparation's put together a couple of decent runs in other jurisdictions down there at Goulburn. A third, 2 starts back behind Frisky Frog, and then last start finished 5th behind Mamushka over the 1,200 metres, only beaten 2 lengths. Looks to map well here from a reasonable draw with Donovan Dillon in the saddle. 7, 8, 12 and 4.
Okay, yeah, Jim and Greg Lee, I don't often see them send them up from Randwick. I can't recall the last time. They probably would have over the years, but I can't recall in recent times. Macbee by Saboog, as you say, 3rd at Goulburn, 2 back, and then ran 5th there, not beaten far the other day. And that form, you'd think, would stack up in a race like this.
Yeah, and you look at the margins he's been beaten in his 3 starts to date. Went around at Canberra over the 1,000 metres on debut. After missing the kick, he was only beaten just over 4 lengths. That was behind Aaliyah Bov, and then went to Goulburn after that. We finished 3rd to Frisky Frog, only beaten less than a length. And then that Goulburn last start in the race won by Mamushka was only beaten 2 lengths. So he's been there and thereabouts.
Indeed he has, yes, he has been there and thereabouts. Maybe we'll get a podium finish here. Dabakar, nice filly by Deepfield, carrying the Kiora colours, and the stablemate, the dynamic, is November Air. First up since the 26th of September, with a couple of trials under the belt. We mentioned Jim and Greg Lee's Gallopper Macbee, and the other one at $8.50. That's firmed up a little bit, Fate. Was $10, has trimmed up 1.5 points. Best of the other Sergies. Well, there's been no money for him today. He's been $8.50 all the way out to $13.
I think the most important thing with the favourite to 7 Davakar, when I ran that Maiden over 1,000 metres at Scone on the 6th of February, and it's turned out to be quite a strong form race. Liston's last won it. We've got Chica Del Mar and Honey Perfume filling the placings there that have since done good things. We saw Chica Del Mar, I think, win at Scone the other day. So I think there's been 4 individual winners come out of that race. So that can sometimes be a good pointer as to the chances of a horse, particularly when they've only had a couple of starts like this Deepfield filly has.
Mr. Chips just had a saddle adjustment over there behind the gates, but everything okay now. And Cody Nestor goes on board once again. They're about to link in carrying June Baker's colours. Haven't seen June for a good while, but she was one of the stars of the show at the Kelly cocktail party one year, the night before the country championships final. Didn't she tear up the dance floor? A few legendary moments coming out of that party, and it's on again this year, the night before the big country championships final.
Yeah, what happens at that party stays at the party.
You had a Guernsey there?
Oh, yeah.
Of
course I have.
I've probably arranged, did I?
I'm hoping to go this year.
Oh, well, there you go.
Can you get me a ticket?
Righto, Charles, take note, put a red pen through. Bookmakers will align. 270 about Dabakar, favourite here. Over November, you've got those late numbers 7, 8, 12, 4. Head of the third leg of the quaddy. Following this, we're back at Kembla, the Kembla Grange Classic. He's not far away. We'll head there shortly thereafter, this 7th event back with Jason and also Whitey's. The favourite links in those blue colours of Kiora. Let's head upstairs. Here's Ben Hall for the 7th.
Drew Gibbons aboard, he's got the red cap on. And the stablemate Curcuba for Michaela Weir's got the yellow cap. So Juicy coming forward. The Piccolino's waiting its turn. Fake about to come forward. Curcuba's about to get set. Mr. at Muswellbrook, brought to you by Godolphin. So the last 2 getting ready. Gigaton's coming forward. And we're set for a dispatch. Drame on the inside runner. Ready to jump. Waiting on the signal. There it is. Sutter hits the button. They're off. He caught them in a pretty good line. Jusic was a little bit slow to lead. Dabakar, the favourite, fast outer. Macbee with speed. November Air not far away. Then Xerxes on the inside. The Piccolino, followed by Curcuma out wider. Now Gigaton's very deep round the first turn. Then Draymond, Colonel Light on its outsider. 2 lengths Mr. Chips, Fake on the inside, third last, Demi second last, and last was Jusic, now 3 wide. 800 metres left to go. Curcuma straight up on the outside of the Piccolino, and they share the lead. Third spot, November Rare, then Gigaton fourth. 2 lengths, Dabacar on the outside of Xerxes, curled up on the railer. Colonel Light was next midfield. Juicy out wide, no luck for it. Then DB. Ahead of it was Macbee, then Dream on the inside. Mr. Chips and Fake whipped them in. Up to the turn, 450 left to go. Curcuma. Rider goes for home at the point of the bender. Led from the Piccolino back on the inside. November Rare, Xerxes into the clear. Down the outside, Macbee and Dabacar, the favourites out deep in those light blue colours. 200 metres left to go. November Rare got to the front. Xerxes underneath it coming through. Then came Macbee and Dabacar's down the outside. Xerxes, Macbee, Dabacar. Dabacar's the one out wide. Sprinted clear and Dabacar. Favourite too good. Dabacar beat Macbee and Xerxes in November Rare. Followed by Draymond. Next over the line was Fake. Then further back to the Piccolino, then came Colonel Light, Mr. Chips, Curcuma, followed by DB. Juicy was second last pulling up, and the last one in was Gigaton.
That win was absolutely enormous by Dabacar, who found herself in a very good spot early, and all of a sudden just was drifting back through the field and was spotting a decent start coming around the home.
7-4-3-8.
Outside part of the track and got the work. It didn't she respond? Big win. Macbee runs second. Thursdays was good over towards or nearer to the inside of November Air. Stablemate to the winner, winds up fourth.
If you'd paused the tape there at the top of the straight, you wouldn't have believed that she'd go on and win as easily as she did. She showed a dazzling turn of foot there. It's only her third start in the race, this filly by Deep Field out of Think Blur. At one stage, it looked like she was going to hunt through and lead. Heavy Van der Hoven, he was determined to get cover. He grabbed hold of her after they'd gone 200 or 300 metres, and she ended up about sixth on the outside, one off the fence. Turning for home, the leaders got right away, but obviously Heavy knew what he had under the bonnet, and she's been proven much too strong.
Emily Kelly here for Annabelle and Rob Archibald with the Dabacar. That was a big, big win by that girl today.
Yeah, it was. It was very impressive from her. She's promised quite a lot to us. The trials at the start of the prep were good, and she was a little bit disappointing. First up, she was unlucky, and then second up, she improved. And we definitely have.
Okay, this is the first one as a neutral that actually won. Now, the reason that is there is probably this. When we do the EBW, that's the estimated body weight. When we do the EBW, this is a column that I have added. So this is heavy. This is a very heavy horse. So that's the first neutral. That is heavy. Won. I did not look at that when I was discussing this, but it was a neutral, and that was the heaviest. So there's a mathematical explanation on that. 7, 4, 3, 8. I mean, if you look at what was the previous one, this is this one with that body, that kind of an indication of the body weight, and here the one, which was again a neutral, was almost nothing. So that's where the difference lies. So it was pretty much evident that it is not only a neutral horse winning is not only about performance, it is more than that. I'm still not sure what are the other attributes that are required. This was in good hands. This 7 was in good hands. It was a neutral and a pretty heavy weight. I mean, that's an indicated, it's an estimated number. It's not the exact number, it's an estimated number. You can do this by yourself, calculate it with the gravitational force that you have, and use mathematics. It's 9.8 worldwide. The gravitational pull is 9.8 worldwide. So when you do mathematics, you can figure out the estimated weights in newtons. If you try to translate this into kilograms or pounds, it will be difficult. There'll be error, but you can do this. Three and 9 has been scratched. 7, 11, 6, 4.
Who, Joe, brings the form through good sort. I think ran fourth, went good sort, ran third, but then went on with the job and really proved to win their last start nicely.
Yeah, but it's impossible to line these fillies up. They're all likely raced, and I was just saying to the owners, there'll be 2 or 3 good horses coming out of this race. There always is, but it's a little bit too early to decide for most of them, and my filly's probably in the same boat. It's very promising. I've been really happy with her. I think the filly's going to get over a little bit more ground again. She'll appreciate the big track here, the big roomy space to Kembla, and I can only see her running long. She's very genuine.
Yeah, you showed a turn of foot, rented them up. There looks to be enough speed here to suit her style.
Yeah, definitely. Look, it looks the ideal race for her. She's been set for this from the time she won the Maiden at Rose Hill. Had this race in mind, and hope that she can get the job done for us.
Good luck, Joe.
Thank you.
Favourite at the present time, it's $2.40 out to $2.60. Brigadine Gal, $8 out to $10. The 6 good sword. Second up from a spell, $6 out to 7s. Idle Flyer, the 1 I like, is $7.50 out to $8.50. No money for a few of the others below it. Little Queen, Truth, goes out $26 to 21. Space Ball's a good chance for a roughing. It's trimmed up a little bit too, into $7.50 from $9.50. Sun and Sand, it's come in as well. Good luck to the connections. They're a good group of owners, into $17 from 26. My Far Lady searching for 3 in a row. There you go. She's an $81 hope. Island Dreams just in the 13s from 16s. Kerry Portelli's runner, Verona Rose, 2 from 2 with 17s steadies. New 1, 41 to 26. And they're the main ones there, Jay. So I've made it 7, 15, 2 and 17. This race lacks nothing in quality.
Kiramar's got 2 runners in this race. Joe, let's start with Spaceballs. A little bit unlucky last start, very good first start win.
Yeah, last start obviously from that gate had a bit of work to do. Took her a while to cross, and she was always going to be soft late after that. But she's obviously straight feeder on the back of that. That's been the plan since first opening. She's seen very impressive away time. Ran very good times that day, and she's went to get a bit further. So Banana Rossi, I think we've got it right for today. Again, tricky gates. We have to roll forward, but we just take our time. Team knows her well, and hopefully she can cross pretty dead this time, and she'll be there for a long way.
Atomic Clock, big odds today, but shown a bit of...
Yeah, she has. She won a Maiden 1. We sent her to Queensland. She was very impressive at the Sunshine Coast. Last time the track was very on pace. Obviously she needs to improve, but big track, mile, she's very fit. I think it's the right time to try to get a bit of black tag for her.
Darling Downs in the last race.
been up a while, but continues to race consistently.
Yeah, she's been very consistent. Got to trip last start. She was drawn wide, she had to go all the way back. She was good late, so back to a 1400, bigger track. Yeah, she's very fit, she's drawn well. She ran a good race again.
Best of luck, Ewan.
Thank you.
Says Joe from the Kiramar stable with a good couple of runners here today. And certainly I think Spaceballs represents probably their best chance.
Yeah, they've got a couple of good chances there, haven't they? But I'm surprised at the market here, Jace. Like in this quality of a race, we've seen Dominetta, who's just beat 240-260 and hasn't really budged. So a bit of confidence around when you look at its price in comparison to the others. We've got 650. The next one, it's Spaceballs. It's 950 to 650. So it's the only horse I really want. That's the horse you could see on screen there with Rachel King aboard. So a lot of confidence about this horse in such a quality race.
It is a quality race, and you can make a pick at 6 of these and probably still miss the race. But for what it's worth here, Whitey, I made them 6, 5, 2 and 7. I think Good Sword, I made it one of the two good things of the day. We got Ortunio home in the 5th race today. I think Good Sword's a really progressive filly. Thought third placing when resuming was excellent, and she was doing her best work late. Up to the mile here certainly suits, and it run back in the Reginald Allen last spring. I think is the race that really stamped herself as a quality filly. Dominator ran second in that race. Eliana was successful, but those two fillies, there wasn't much between them that day. Dominator went on to Racing Group 1 company and placed in Group 2, but Good Sword I think has done enough, and there shouldn't be the price discrepancy between these two fillies. That Boyd sticks with her. She's got a better draw than some of her main rivals, and she has won on soft ground, so she's got a bit in her favour, I think, and I think the big long straight here will certainly suit Good Sword, and she's able to slot into a nice position. Brigidine Gal I've put in there for second. We spoke with Joe Pride, ran fourth in that same race with Good Sword one, went on to win there at Warwick Farm start after that. I think some upside there, and you just got to throw them in the deep end as Joe has with her, Brigidine Gal, and see what you can get. Dominator brings the best form of the race, and coming back from the Group 1, and Idle Flyer, who never got into the surround, also through that Group 1. I think it's been in good enough form, and Matthew Smith suggesting that the mile will suit her. So 6, 5, 2 and 7 for me, Whitey.
Pat Ritter holds the race record when it won here 2 years ago, in fact, 134.35. They'll run along here, but I don't know if they'll get close to that. First prize alone, $140,000 on with the 7, which is Idle Flyer. Racing World should get all the opportunities from the right draw. There's just a good tip around for this Island Dream, so I'm wary of it, even though it's drawn wide. The 2 Dominetta, I can't believe it is as short as it is, but maybe the market will get it right. And the 17 Verona Rose. This horse, good asset test. So a lot of these horses, the last start winners, it's a great race.
I think, I think there was, 12 of the 16 have a win in one of the last 2 starts.
Yeah, there you
go. A lot about the informed fillies. And many of them can improve sharply when they're stepping up to the mile, and can improve sharply throughout the early stages of their career, and it can take several lengths improvements. So it's a hard race to bet in that instance, but so you've got to trust what you've seen thus far when assessing a race, and I just think Good Sword and perhaps Dominator bring the right form. Brigidine Gal has got a little bit of the upside, and Idle Flyer's shown a bit, so I put them in, but I could certainly find a spot for Verona Rose, who I think is right in this race, and Island Dream as well. I respect the market for that too. I think Spaceballs probably gets across from that whitish straw Whitey and finds the lead. Dominator won't be far away. Sand will go forward, and maybe Canny Queen can move up too.
Yeah, terrific race. Dominator now out to 270 from 240, so it's just got out a little bit late, and the 11 Spaceballs continues to trim up, Jace. $956, $555. So it's coming even more.
Yeah, it's a very good firm late in the piece. Perhaps Matt Putt was thinking that there is certainly the chance for Spaceballs and Tim Clark to find the front here. And if he's able, a little unlucky their last start, and a brilliant winner prior, as we heard from Joe, certainly has some ability, and always respect the Kiramar stable. Good Sword's been a bit of a drifter, 6 out to 850. Idle Flyer, likewise 750 to 11. Brigidine Gal 8 to 13. Island Dream, who did firm up from 16 into as little as $10 at one stage, is back out to 15. Verona Rose holding its place. Gary Portelli was in confidence there. A $16 chance, but terrific bunch of fillies here. Last thoughts here, Whitey?
Look, it's just too hard to line everything up. There's just so many chances everywhere you look. There's quality. I'm a bit surprised with the market support for the favourite. It's as short as you could get for a race like this. Sun and Sand, Joseph Jones, or Barb Joseph, in fact, won this race back in 2003, but I ain't seen nothing. And she keeps talking about this horse in the same sort of, way. So this is the path they put this horse on. So a good test. we talked to one of the trainers earlier. They said this is not a normal Kepler Grange Classic. Whatever wins this or runs second or third, just keep following them.
This will be a terrific form race, I think, getting into the spring. Most notably in the 3-year-old fillies races, but also perhaps beyond that in wider races, and also perhaps into the spring of this year, but certainly through the autumn months. Dominator 240 has been, I suppose you'd say, dominant, the pun there, in the betting, and has remained rock solid throughout as we get close to a start now in this $250,000 Group 3 feature for the 3-year-old fillies over the mile. So about half the field in, perhaps a bit more, maybe 6 to load. Let's get upstairs to Luke Marlowe for the call, the Kepler Grange Classic.
Now Island Dream to move in, Atomic Clock and Canny Queen, and we'll just about be ready. 240 Dominator, $5 Spaceballs. She's been a good little firm, Spaceballs. $9 for number 6, Good Sword. Bridget Ann Gall's got the blows. She's right at the 14 now. So Island Dream goes up. We're set for action. 3-year-old fillies over a mile. Kepler Grange Classic. Racing. Pretty good line out. Dominator, the favourite, was away well. She's on top of the speed. Sun and Sand aggressively ridden out of the stalls. Holds its spot. Inevitable Truth is going forward. It's a mad charge up front here. Who wants the lead? Good Sword's now breaking out of the pack to join them. As they settle down, Good Sword joined by Dominator. Inevitable Truth is third settling. Then Spaceballs looking for a spot. Idle Flyer, Sun and Sand, the next pair from Canny Queen, My Fair Lady, Cafe Lily. Getting back was Island Dream, Yu Wang, Bridgetine Gal, followed by Verona Rose, Atomic Clock 3 wide, and Drag Queen on the rails. Favourite Dominator got to the front and gets a breather now. Dominator at the 850, leading 3/4, Spaceball. Good Sword, run of the race third, just a touch keen. Canny Queen posted wide around Inevitable Truth, then Idle Flyer. Followed by on the outside, Island Dream, Sun and Sand, Cafe Lily. Bridgetine Gal gets going but wide. My Fair Lady heads the others, rounding the home turn. 415 metres to run. Dominator being squeezed up here by King. Leads half a length on Spaceballs. Canny Queen, Good Sword looking for a run and getting it. It's in behind them, followed by Sun and Sand. Then Inevitable Truth further back down the outside. Bridgetine Gal and Atomic Clock the widest. Dominator 200 metres to go. Is the leader from Canny Queen. Down the outside, Bridgetine Gal. Sun and Sand up the inside. Verona Rose late. 50 to go. Bridgetine Gal's hit the front from an absolute wall. Late through the centre, Inevitable Truth. And out wide, Verona Rose. Verona Rose has won the Kepler Grange Classic. She just kept coming, and she's got up by fancy from either Inevitable Truth or Bridgetine Gal. You won't see a better finish today. In behind them, Canny Queen, Dominator, Sun and Sand, not beaten far. Yu Wang's right on their hammer. In behind them, then Cafe Lily, followed in behind those by Good Sword. She didn't finish off. Then Atomic Clock, Spaceballs. Well back was Rag Queen, Idle Flyer, Island Dream, and it's been one of the last over. A photo, but it could be Verona Rose.
We spoke to Gary Portelli earlier in the day, and he had that quiet confidence about him, like she would run a nice race here. There's a big team of owners here in the Mounting Yard. We just heard a huge cheer go up as the number's gone in the frame. And the daughter of Castelvecchio has come from the clouds to get up and score here. But Karen McAvoy has won the race, I think, for the third time today and beaten a wall. I think number 11 and 5 will run in the placings there. Spaceballs, I think 5 will get the third placing there after a terrific run. Bridgetine Gal, who looked the winner.
17. All right, this is what I have for the last race today here. It's a benchmark 66. So that's the linear. The 7, which is the favorite, is the linear. It's in very good hands. It's in very good hands. If we look through the rails, it's the first one. So 7, I don't think should have problem. It has 41%. I don't know whether it is adequate. It's a 3-year-old filly. So the last 3-year-old filly had 37, which was a benchmark 58. This one is a benchmark 66 and we've got 41%. This one did not win. And this one is the linear. The other one was also the linear. It was, yeah, this was linear, 37. It's almost the same numbers that we are getting for this one and this one. It is almost the same numbers. This is worse, actually. So, I don't know if that will win. It has advantage, but it's probably going to get a place, maybe. I mean, I'm just speaking loudly. I'm just thinking loudly. So it's well within the rails. Physics, mathematics, everything is there. But is that mathematics enough for this 3-year-old filly? Because the numbers are quite close to this one, which was on a 1280, and it did not win. This one is 1,000 meter. It gets difficult. So that's the thing which is there. All right. Now, if we look at the advantages, I mean, there's a lot of pointers going on. It's definitely in very good hands. There's no doubt about all that, but they've given 2 favorites or 3 favorites back to back. I don't know whether they'll give another favorite. They've done their quota for the day. So this is the linear. Now it's a benchmark 66, okay? And if we look at the advantages and disadvantages, if we go back to this race, 10, with that arrangement, it was a benchmark 58, but it got third. It is not supposed to be there in that race, but it has still gotten a EW. If we look at this one, class 1 900, this one won the number 2 because of that arrangement. If we look at this, here is this arrangement on horse number 12. This horse is not supposed to be here. This horse is not supposed to be here. It's horse number 12, which has got that arrangement. And it's an EW. I am not sure whether, I mean, this thing, the 7 has, honestly speaking, a lot of physics, mathematics, and, arrangements going on. The pressure is more than the other filly that we have faced today. That was a benchmark 58, I think. It's a benchmark 66. But when that translates into numbers, it's more or less close to the previous filly. That was 900 meter. This is 1,000 meter. So I am... we're racing here after a long time, and I do not trust this track. I do not know if that is adequate, if that is enough. Will that be winning is with that kind of an arrangement is what I am not sure about. And that 12 is not supposed to be here, but it is here with a very special arrangement.
Yeah, plenty and sensational. Gets in to win by 3/4 of the line from either Spirit of Giving or Flying Artist. And they were followed by Dolson in a photo there with Aiden, a bet, Deep Round Wicklow, last Snitzeroo. And further back then came Baby Guinness from Last Line Dance at Para Park Chance.
Well, the 10 sensational comes here off the back of a...
I'm going to be back in a jiffy from the washroom.
I thought it was going to be Spirit of Giving his day today, but again, he's found one better. I think you'll find he's run second, just ahead of the 3 Flying Artist who's run third. They both come with their runs, and the 7, 8 in the bet has run fourth. But 10, 2, 3 and 7 will be your numbers. They've broken 110, so it's a pretty good gallop. But, yeah, All Honest was sensational. Has really launched into the race, and never looked like getting headed. He got out flying artist. You thought he might just let rip, but unfortunately couldn't pick them up. The same could be said with the two Spirit of Giving. 10, 2, 3 and 7. Well done, Jason Taylor and Josh Mansman. Sensational. A blowout result takes out the 6th at Townsville. Let's head straight to Gavin Carmody and Mickey Wallace with race 8 at Muswellbrook.
Final event this afternoon here from Muswellbrook. We've got a benchmark 66 over the 1,000 metres to wrap up the program, and arguably the most open race of the day. We start with Lord Bob. He is number 1, lining up at start number 23 for Nicole Hudson and Olivia Dalton.
Well, he's not hopeless here. He's in the 22 starts for 4 wins and 5 minor placings. He's resuming from a spell, and he has performed well fresh in the past. He's had 4 first-up runs for 2 minor placings. Big weight today with a wide draw is not going to make things easy.
Number 2 is Standing Bear for Jane Clement and Gabrielle Johnson.
One of the better roughies in the race. So you go back and have a look at some of those runs earlier, this preparation. I remember the run at Gilgandra in the town plate there. Came from an impossible position to finish 3rd behind Sisters Peak. Since then, hasn't been far away at Newcastle, Walker, and maybe a little bit disappointing in the Lightning at Quirindi last start. But if they overdo it in front, he'll be steaming hard.
3, it's out on the 4. This is super impressive for Colt Prosser and Ben Looker.
She's going so well at the moment. She was a winner there at Port Macquarie, 2 back over the 1,106 metres, and then contested at the Mid-North Coast Racing Association Country Championship to Port Macquarie, and she ran a cracking race there, went 4th behind Sumo Fish, beaten just over 2 lengths. Coming back in distance today, I see as a positive.
Now, next cab off the ranks, super impressive. A winner.
So 6 in 1,100 metre is a
Yeah, you
beast.
just covered off on that one.
Oh, on the 5 we go. That Pearl Fever. It's been a long, hot day. Poor Perry Aaron Bullock.
Yeah, this 4-year-old mare by press statement, 11 starts for 2 wins and 3 minor placings. 7th at Newcastle, first up behind a Power of the Brave, got back and was finding the line well. Second up today, I think she's open to improvement.
Where's the Prophet is resuming. Number 6 for Cameron Prophet and Chelsea Hillier.
I think he's a great chance. He's only had the 3 starts.
There are indications on that 6.
Beating Kimberly Moon after
Sul.
that. Was a
So if we look at what's going on with that 6, Sul, it's a good one. Look at the body weight of that horse. I mean, that's the indication of the body weight. It's with a good jockey. It's with a very good jockey, but it is coming from a very wide gate, which is gate number 13. I did not want to get that deep into it, but it's in very good hands. It's in very good hands. The problem is, Sul, to win, what do you require? Even I don't know what do you require to win. But when I look at the races, I look at advantages versus disadvantages. So that 6 comes right after 7, and if you compare these two numbers, then this is definitely an advantage. This is definitely an advantage, but it lacks both sides of the rails, which means it doesn't have physics with it. It will get there. It is good. It is going to get there. There is no problem in getting there. But will it win is what the question is, because if we had that answer, we would be making billions by now. So this is definitely an advantage over the 7. The 7 is okay. This is also okay. Both of them are in very good hands. The problem is it is coming from a very wide gate. And I do not like that arrangement made here. That's an arrangement to put a surprise element which we are not expecting. This advantage is twice the advantage of this, and one of the best jocks have been put on this. So this is not for joke. This is not a joke. This is a reason. There's a well thought, thing that has gone into this. This is not just a fluke. It did not happen through a lottery. It did not happen just because it had to happen. No, it has been done. It's an arrangement. Wherein here, the 7 is good. I am not against the 7. The 7 is good, but I don't know whether it will win with that kind of a pressure because it is all the same. This one is adrift. It lacks physics. It's a good one, Sul. There's no doubt it's a good one. But whether it will win or not, we'll get the answer in exactly 3 minutes.
Thank you. There's Tim McIntosh with Ivy Diva. Sits on the third line of betting at $11, being kept very safe. Chances are in there. Where's the profit? $5.50 to $6. Phil's Treasury is just out a point and a half to $9.50. Paul Perry looking for a double on the day. And further down to my mate Kate, who's been hovering at a pretty well at $12 quote for much of the afternoon. Off to the gates they go, Mick. It is late mail time.
Yeah, and a good race to finish things off here. There's some progressive enough horses lining up, including 6 Where's the Profit, who's only had the 3 race starts. A little bit of a late bloomer. He was he's a 5-year-old and he's only had the 3 race starts. I think he was just minding his own business out in the paddock, and the team decided to give him a go, and it's proved very fruitful. He was very good at Mudgee there, defeating Kimberley Moon on debut. He did have the right run that day from gate number 1. Improved considerably going to Narromine after that, winning a benchmark 58 when sent out a short price favourite, defeating Cora Magic by a big space. And then perhaps wasn't all that comfortable on the heavy 8 track at Taree when running a good race, finishing 4th behind Moscow Daisy. Cameron Crockett elected to put him out for a break after that. He's had a couple of trials leading in. The latest trial, he looked very
It's sharp. Okay. It's a 3-year-old filly getting tailed. It's probably nervous. That's all.
Hilly had given him a shake-up. He could have won the trial even more comfortable. Chelsea on board today. We'll be looking to get across from an outside gate, and provided he doesn't get caught 3 and 4 deep, I think it'd be very hard to beat. 7, Camp Tishner looks the main danger. This nice filly by Headwater. Scott Singleton trains. Has had the 7 starts for 2 wins and 3 minor placings. A good effort at Wyong last start when finishing 3rd behind the inform at Gog Magog. This looks a really suitable assignment. The 4, which is super impressive, was a winner 2 starts back there at Port Macquarie, and I thought was very brave in defeat in the Country Championships race there at Port Macquarie last start when 4th behind Sumo Fish. And 11, Ivy Diva, got a big pass mark last start in a highway, never on the track, 5 and 6 deep throughout, was only beaten 4 lengths. Back to Muswellbrook today. I think we'll get back and find the line. 6, 7, 4 and 11.
So Kensington just going to 370 from 370 to 380. Second line of betting occupied by Ivy Diva. That's been the move late. 550 into 5 now into 460. And then out the super impressive Nicole Prosser, who has brought this mare over here from Warhope. She's been kept very steady in markets. Where's the Profit as he's a full point. So this to wrap up the day. It's been a very humid day here at Muswellbrook.
Yeah, it has. And a few horses have emerged today as horses to look out for the future. Race 2, the winner there, Warrior for Peace, having its debut run today for Brett Kavanagh was super impressive. I think it's only going to improve as he gets out over more ground. And I thought one of the other real big wins on the card was in the previous event, Dabikar for the Nisham Archibald stable. Showed a devastating turn of foot to get her first win on the board, this filly by Deep Field. I think there's a couple of horses worth following.
Okay, so to be alive in the quaddie, race number 5 on the program. The first leg was taken out by Mr. Trackside, so a popular start to it for most. Race number 6 was won by a pound of salt, the favourite, for Todd Howlett and Aaron Bullock, and then the previous race was won by Dabikar. That was probably the win of the day, you have to say. From where that filly was to where she ended up to ending up winning, She did it all at only a third start.
Yeah, she's very good, isn't she? And she was unlucky at Scone on debut. She was beaten fair and square down there at Nowra at a second start in the race. But today, she was right on song, and I can't wait to see what she can produce when she gets up over a little bit further. As we watch horse number 2, and that is the Jane Clement trained Standing Bear moving up into line.
It's great to see Sam Clinton on track. Haven't seen Sammy for ages. Of course, many strings to a bow with obviously Christian Reeve, but she's got the bub, she's got the 2 kids now, and of course she's looking after, in terms of their rights, Christian, Gibbo, Shay Wilkes, and when he comes back, the little master. So she's got a handful, and the kids and the riders are okay in terms of looking after. I think Christian might be her biggest headache at times, although thankfully I hope he's around at the gates and not standing somewhere near me when I've said that. But good to see Sammy on track, who rode a stack of winners and a terrific girl.
Yeah, exactly right. And looking happy. We miss Sammy actually. He used to always come and have a chat here at our broadcast position, and it's good to see life's going well.
Well, it was like having a producer on track. If you didn't know something, Sammy would actually know it, and she'd be right. Back at the leads table, I believe that they called it Google. Her nickname, Sammy? I think it was. And she's still, right up there in terms of her knowledge, let me tell you. Let's head upstairs now. Here's the last. You got those late mail numbers from Mick in the final event. So good luck. You're alive in the quaddie. Stack of chances. This is over the 1,000 metres. Here's Ben.
For that meeting in 2 weeks' time. So coming forward now in the club colours is Where's the Profit? And Negation will be one of the last ones to get ready. I'll join you from Gosford tomorrow. Big meeting there. Provincial qualifier for the championships. The final race on the program, the feature. We're set. 1,000 metres for the last race. And we're ready to jump. Signal. They're racing now. Out wide on the track, too much information, had good speed out of the barrier. Lord Bob with speed, and there's Where's the Profit driving through. Canticia not far away. Pearl's Treasure next, My Mate Kate retaining the rail. Then came Lizzie's Dreamer. Further back in the field as they go down the side of the track, Sir Freddie burrowing through between runners in Negation, followed by Standing Bear, Ivy Diva. And then came further back to Zoom Outcome just ahead of those. And last, as they come to the turn, was super impressive. Up to the bend now, 400 metres left to go. And turning for home now, it's too much information leading the way from Where's the Profit on the outside. Pearl's Treasure back to the inside, then Negation. Mind Mate Kate and Cantista's right down the outside. Where's the Profit out wide, Negation the inside. They've dropped off too much information. Then Pearl's Treasure, Negation, Pearl's Treasure. Where's the Profit? Cantista. And super impressive. It's flying. Got him. I reckon super impressive. Got the bobbin right on the line. Leave it to the judge though. Photo finish in the last. Negation close up. Pearl's Treasure. My Mate Kate wasn't far away. Then came Standing Bear, Sir Freddie, followed by Where's the Profit? That's in no particular order. Too much information. Lord Bob wasn't far away. Canticia finished out wide on the track. Zoom Outcome, Ivy Diva, and a breakaway Lizzie's Gem.
Well, where'd it look inside the distance? They were spread right across the track. Negation getting up on the inside and bursting between runners. Where on earth did super impressive come from to dive on the outside? What a finish.
Yeah, it looks very prominent. Super impressive. Coming back in distance today after putting in a really good performance last time out in the Country Championships race there at Port Macquarie. It's always going to be very strong.
4:15, 5 and 6.
Right on the wire. Nicole Prosser and Ben Looker getting the timing bang on will defeat Negation, who looked the winner. Pearl's Treasure's run an honest race back in third spot. And Where's the Profit was a breath away in fourth. 4:15, 5 and 6. All right, that wraps us up.
4:15, 5 and 6. Okay, what happened is that 12 did not work. That was not supposed to be in the race in the first place. But if we look at for the advantages similar to 4, similar to 12, then that 4 comes up the next. It's a distance advantage on that 4. Plus, it is the highest out of all these above 1. Then came 5, 4:15, 4, 15 was the next. Was the best jockey. It was there. 4:15. Then it was up 5 with another jockey. 4:15, 5. And then finally 6. The 7 was nowhere. So this, this probably is not the right place to race. That's all. That's my thought. We need to avoid these type of tracks. These are rural tracks. They do what they want to do, and they will do what they want to do. This was a drift. This was the highest drift. So basically, the track is not supporting, this, because of this uphill situation. It is not supporting horses that doesn't have advantage. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is it. That is it for today. And I am going to be racing tomorrow again. It's a Saturday. We've got some good races coming up tomorrow. We'll see how things work tomorrow. We are going to be at Rose Hill, and probably we are going to be at Rose Hill, and we'll do some good racing tomorrow. And thank you so much for being there. Shul, thank you so much, my friend, for being there. John, thank you so much, and have a great night. Lewis, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Dawes, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Frankie, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Adam